Hey. I'm Suvi Latva from Neogames Finland. Welcome to the Get Funded event. We are going to start in 15 minutes, so now there is time for you to have a coffee. Also in the home offices, you can get the coffee. And we are going to start 1:15. This is the second welcome. Welcome to Get Funded event. I'm Suvi Latva. I'm Chief Business Advisor of Neogames Finland. And there is still coffee, and there is coffee machine, which takes a while, but there is also regular coffee. So I hope you have grabbed your coffees, and we are going to have quite a lot of program today. So I hope you have a good energy to follow everything. And next, I would like to thank our host or house, HypeHype, offering the great premises for us.
All right, so welcome on my behalf as well. And guess you found the coffees, but there's also soda in the fridges, and feel free to take anything that you can find there. There is guest Wi-Fi, it's right there on the wall with the password if you need. And what else? Toilets are in the lobby on the left wall, and then there is also toilets like behind, basically on the right wall there. So yeah, I will take the opportunity to say a few words about us since you are here. So we used to be called Frogmind. We are a company founded in 2012. I'm Teemu. I'm the chief operations here for 10.5 years. We started with a premium game, Badland, and then a sequel a couple years later, and then we went to free-to-play kind of PvP games that we released 3 of those in 2018, 19, and 20. And then end of 2019, we got this crazy idea of this kind of like platform where TikTok kind of meets games. And this is what we have been now building, and we even changed the company name in end of 21 to HypeHype, which is also the platform name. And it's a UGC platform, mobile first, so you can make games. Everybody can make games there. It's kind of like a visual programming, not really programming, but like kind of like Unreal Blueprint-ish style of making games on tablet, PC, or on mobile. And that's what we have been building. To the theme of the day, we have raised a couple rounds of money, so 40 million together for exactly this platform, basically. And that's what we are now building here, and it's going forward nicely. I don't know if you have tested it, but I'll show you an overview video. So yeah, there's tons of assets in there that you can use to make games. There is kind of like a remixing capability, so you can fork existing games and make your own versions. And then we are building now quite a bit of analytics on the platform as well. So I mean, like, even if you are, I don't know, let's say serious Unity programmer, you might consider it at least for prototyping, because it's actually really quick to make games in, so it takes like a couple days to make a game on this platform. And now we are exactly releasing this basically like next week, this monetization, so you can actually earn from your games. We are not yet globally available, so it's still soft launch in 3 countries at the moment: Finland, Canada, and Philippines. And since you're here to get funded, I'm gonna offer you one more way to get funded for your company. So we have this pretty big game jam coming that is from next week till beginning of June. And you can actually win, like the pool is 100,000 and max 3 winners. So the first one gets like 60,000. And all you need to do is make a game that has high enough day 3 retention. That's the qualifying criteria. But even if you don't basically achieve that, you will still earn from the kind of engagement-based earnings that are also going live. Yeah, I guess that's about it. So I will give it to the next one. Thank you and welcome.
Okay, so next one is going to be from Business Finland. Robin Tiivola, please welcome to the stage. I will try to find your deck here.
Okay. Hello everyone. Good morning. My name is Robin Tiivola. I work as a senior advisor at Business Finland, and Business Finland is a governmental so-called innovation funding agency, among other things. This doesn't seem to work, so let's go like this. And these, here's a list of those other things. We attract investments to Finland, have this Invest in Finland unit, and to promote like foreign companies coming here and creating jobs and that kind of thing. We promote tourism to Finland, concentrating very much on the Lapland region, and then we support internationalization and export. We got offices all over the world, so that's like go-to-market stuff if you want to talk to our advisors in some certain country. But I'm here to talk about funding today, especially from a gaming company perspective. So I'm not going to go through every single funding that we have, but perhaps the most relevant for gaming companies from my perspective. Here's a sort of marketing slide that tells you what we are looking for when we think about funding companies. I imagine this is fairly similar to sort of venture capitalist logic, concentrating on the team members, the product having some form of competitive advantage, or we speak of innovation, but competitive advantage is also a good term to use. Teams should have sufficient resources to be able to internationalize with their product, and they should have a passion for international growth. And for gaming companies, that's of course pretty self-evident that you have this born global aspect, but not everyone does in every industries, but fortunately you do. Okay, so here I'm going to go through these funding instruments briefly. Innovation voucher, Tempo, and R&D funding. I imagine many of you have heard about these before, perhaps even gotten some of them. They are usually, but not always, given to companies in this order. Tells something about the scale of the money. And then it's not common, but I want to mention it anyway at the end, this YIC, Young Innovative Company Funding, or NIU, which is typically a very large grant given to the sort of best performing companies. So let's start. Innovation voucher is a fairly small grant of 4,500 euros plus a 1,500 self-financing part, which is pretty much meant for very early days companies to create some form of prototype or something. It's not salary based, it's meant for purchased services. So fairly common is that you have an idea, you have set up a company, you've been set up full time in your company for at least 3 months, and then you might want to purchase service from somebody to help you create the prototype. Or you could use it, for example, to do some IPR, like a feasibility study or something like that. Like there are not many sort of hard criteria for innovation voucher. The the most important is that you have been in business for at least 3 months and that you have this vision that your company could internationalize. Those are pretty much the only hard criteria. And two full-time people should work for the company. Fairly easy to get, and typically for startups the first funding instrument. But then perhaps the most well-known is this Tempo, which is a little bit bigger funding instrument. It's meant for companies under 5 years old to develop, or shall we say not develop, but test the product idea that you have. So usually the motive is that the end result is some kind of an MVP version or something like that. Okay, it says prototype on the slide, but I would say it's a little bit more than just a prototype. Usually Tempo projects consist of like feedback gathering. For gaming companies, you might want to test some relevant metrics, like early on tests, like, I don't know, retention or something like that. So it's not sort of like a product development project per se, but more like you gain this information so that it's easier for you to get to the product development stage. It's a 60,000 euro grant. We cover 75% of project costs, so maximum 80% budget. The hard criteria is that you should have the minimum 2 full-time employees and a minimum of 30,000 euros in equity investments. So on the balance sheet, like equity or capital loan or something like this, which is a way for us to measure the risk-taking willingness of a company. It's granted it is an instrument for fairly early days, but you should still it's not meant for purely idea phase. Like you should have perhaps something to show for, some form of like mock-up versions of your game or a prototype which was done earlier or something like this. And it's granted only once. It says there are some exceptions. We have this rule that if you do a pivot, you can get it another time, but pivot in this context means perhaps that you've made mobile phones and then you start making rubber boots. That's a pivot that we can consider to grant a Tempo a second time, like significantly changing something in your business. Perhaps a little bit provocative to state, but I do not recommend using a consultant at this stage, like paying a consultant to give you to write your Tempo application or to help you with it. We can help you with it. If you contact us before you apply, we can have a chat about what you want to do and what you want to apply and give you some good tips for how to structure it. You do not need a consultant at this phase. Feels like I went through this pretty much already, but yeah, just to say again, not product development and should include customer information, feedback collecting, piloting. Test marketing is a weird word because it's like government understanding of marketing. Marketing is prohibited. You cannot do marketing, but you can do test marketing, and basically that means that you should have some specific group which you do specific marketing tests to, so that you can analyze them and then decide later, okay, what works and what doesn't work. But it's not sort of operative marketing, if that makes sense. Usually a 3 to 12 months project, not much longer, because it's a fairly small grant. And then R&D funding, here's the sort of bread and butter, so to say, of the Business Finland funding company, funding instruments, intended for usually larger projects when you already know, perhaps after a Tempo project, what you want to build, what you want to test. You have the necessary information so that you know that you can build something. And it's a bit weird because in Tempo you might test your actual game, like metrics in your actual game, but then for R&D we have this attitude that we don't want to fund the actual game itself, and by that I mean we don't want to fund like art or music or manuscripts or that sort of thing which considers the game itself, but we want to fund the things that you are able to develop so that you can scale. So the like I don't know if you have a platform, some kind of platform development, or maybe you have some kind of monetization development or something else than the game itself, but still connected to the game. Like the components or the building blocks that allow you to scale your game and not the game itself. There's no maximum or minimum amount for an R&D loan. Oh yeah, should mention R&D funding can be granted as a grant, but most likely for gaming companies it will be a loan. The reason is that Business Finland can provide R&D grants, but then there is this rule that you have to be sort of far away from the markets. Picture a medical company doing research. They will enter the market in perhaps 10 years or something, so the future profits are really in the future. In that case, we might give the R&D funding as a grant, but if you are fairly close, like perhaps in a few years from starting making actual money from your product, it's most likely a loan. But gaming companies have also been granted R&D grants, but then usually it's the sort of end result of your project is not something that you're able to sell, but rather then you have some information from your research that you can start using to actually build something. If you are well funded, you have already done a prototype or tests, and you have very much information about your product, but you haven't done it with us, you might want to consider skipping Tempo and go straight to this R&D phase. It's okay, but usually please call us before and let's have a discussion about it. Oh yeah, 50% of the project costs should be covered by you. So we grant the other 50% as a loan. If the project fails, doesn't generate anything, we can negotiate the loan into a grant or at least partial grant in the future. Good to know. Okay, a few words about this young innovative companies, new. This is like for the very sort of the best of the best who have proven that they are able to build a product that scales early on. So meant for under 5 years old companies that like really have found something to tap into and they want to boost it. Like this is the only Business Finland funding instrument that you can actually use for sales and marketing pretty much. Like it's meant for scaling up, and there are a few company names which should give you an idea about what kind of like situation you should be in order to get it. Like Supercell is perhaps the best and most relevant example for you of a company that made it to the new phase. And there's some like statistics, so to speak, like averagely at this point, company has 14 employees, 500,000 in turnover per year, perhaps little under 1 million in equity investments. All right, here's an important slide. Maybe my time is running out, but please take a photo of this, or perhaps you'll get this also later. But here are common reasons for rejection, why the projects do not get funded. Insufficient team, not enough people to work at a company, not enough resources, core team is somewhere else, like CEO is in Germany and CFO is in Italy, but nobody is in Finland. That's a problem. Lack of own funding, like you present a project. We want 1 million euro loan, balance sheet says 10,000 euro cash. That's a problem. fairly big, or usually comes up pretty often, is this insufficient idea, which is the most important thing to stress when you present your projects to Business Finland. Like, there should be some kind of competitive edge, some kind of innovation that we understand that sets you apart from your peers. And it can be a little bit difficult to communicate, but nonetheless, we ask you to do that. Project plans insufficient, IPR not owned by the company. Sometimes a company has sold its IPR rights to some external publisher, and then we cannot fund, because we need to fund the things we fund need to own their material, so to speak. And then a few other things. Summary and tips. Well, I don't know if perhaps not need to go through this right now. Okay, how can I get contact? If you already have a sort of own contact at Business Finland, like account lead or startup manager or whatever, you can contact them. But if not, go through our website to become a customer. Use the Become a Customer service and sign up and answer some questions, and we will contact you. And we always prefer to talk to you before you submit an application, so that we're on the same page, and then we can help you so that you don't make unnecessary mistakes. And the point of this is to keep the actual bureaucracy phase so fast as possible. So please do that. And I guess that was it. Do we have time for questions? Okay. Please.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I'm Jere Partanen from Neogames. You are talking a lot about growth and innovation and competition, and this all sounds quite a lot like mobile games, and especially free-to-play games or something that is very much tailored for this kind of fast growth-oriented companies. But what if you are a premium PC or console game developer? How are you able to access Business Finland funding in that case? In most cases, you cannot really be described as at least as fast-growing company, but growth company in any case.
This is a good question, and PC companies are less common. I mean, let's be honest about that. We do fund PC companies, and usually, as you say, the growth trajectory, or so to speak, is not as like mind-blowing. But there have been cases where we found PC companies as well. Perhaps at that stage, usually there is some kind of publishing deal already set in place, so that the go-to-market is maybe closer than if you were in really early days PC games maker. I don't know if that's sufficient, but...
I have a continued question regarding to that. So if you have a publisher funding, can it be like a part of your own funding part?
It can, if the publishing, the money you get from the publisher concerns the things you want to do in the project. So if a publisher gives you 100K and says everything must go to marketing, then it's not possible. But if it's intended for gaming development or development of the things you build in your product, then it's possible to use some of it, yeah.
Okay. We are going to share the slides if the speakers don't deny it afterwards. So you will get those, because there was quite a lot of good stuff. So all the participants will be getting the slides. Those who have signed up, or you can of course ask straight from me. But they are not going to be publicly available.
I do not deny this.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks. Okay. So
thank you.
Thank you. And then we will have Milla Moilanen from AVEK. Please come to the stage.
Hey, hi everybody. I'm Milla Moilanen. It's really nice to be here. Wonderful environment. And actually, I just heard from our host that they didn't get funding for their very successful game from us. So if you don't get funding from us, don't be discouraged. You could end up like this. But we are talking, I must stick to my notes so that I don't bubble over my 15 minutes. But art. But anyways, so I come from AVEK, which is a audiovisual center. I'm a media art commissioner, but I also give advice on CREADEMO and DigiDemo funding. And I've been doing that for 20 years, so I've read quite a lot of applications by now. The money we're talking about today comes from the Ministry of Education and Culture. So AVEK supports and promotes audiovisual culture by supporting the works, productions and projects of audiovisual industry professionals. And we operate in connection with the Finnish copyright organization Kopiosto. And for the development of cultural content and entrepreneurship, we award DigiDemo and CREADEMO grants. Here you can see what our decision making is based on. It's based on our values on the left, and on the right you can see in more details what our decision criteria is based on, and these apply to DigiDemo and CREADEMO funding also. So there is vision, uniqueness, work production plan must be professional, and so on. But these are the basic things. We can talk about a little bit more in detail what comes to DigiDemo. So, today we concentrate on DigiDemo funding, which is, as I mentioned, over 20 years old program, and games have always been well presented here. But don't forget about CREADEMO funding either. You can read more about it on our web pages. And if you wonder what the difference is between DigiDemo and CREADEMO, please also read our decisions from previous years, so you can probably get a little bit more kind of a better idea what kind of projects are funded. DigiDemo is more for content and storytelling, and CREADEMO is for all other cultural ideas, product design, creative services, performing arts, music, literature, architecture, and so on. And this is actually probably the first funding you should think about when you get an idea, when you get your game idea, because this funding comes before, for example, Business Finland funding. This is probably a funding that you can make that demo that Business Finland needs you to see what kind of a game you are planning. So, okay. So, application period for concept was open 26th of February until 5th of April, and period for applications for demos and pilots will open 20th of May. How many of you made concept application? Okay, few. All right. There were like about 150 applications, so it's quite a lot. And there were a lot of game applications. But somebody always gets the funding, so that's great. It's important to send your applications, because sometimes I get answers. People ask me, should I send an application here? And so I always say that, of course, if you don't send your application, you can't get the funding. So it's always worth worth trying. And as this funding was unfortunately cut into half, it's we are all the time like hoping that we should get the half that was cut back. And of course, if we get a lot of applications, then it kind of shows to the politicians that this is very important funding in many creative fields. So, you can apply in 3 different categories. We did have this concept support application period that is finished. The next one is the production of a demo or the pilot episode of a serial program. So it's not just for games this funding is for. It's for all kind of digital content. But as I already mentioned, games are well presented and do get a lot of funding from our program. So the support may total 80% of admissible costs. The rest can be your own work or funding from somewhere else or use of your own equipment, etc., etc. So I don't think that it's not gonna be a problem. And the amount you can apply for demo production is either 10,000 or 20,000 euros. So if we're talking about that 80%, your budget for demo production should be at least 25,000 euros, so that the 80% is present. And the aim of concept support is to develop the idea of a concept project into a demo plan. And so you can apply concept support with an idea, but of course it's not just the idea is of course not enough. You should explain a little bit more what you're aiming at with your idea, and then the demo or pilot is to present the project to other financiers or distributors or whatever you could get your funding from. Concept support is always 5,000 euros, and that is something you can spend on your concept design, the whole 5,000 euros. A few words on decision criteria. Our applications are evaluated by experts. This year the experts are Taina Myöhänen, she's a game expert. Markus Korhonen, he's a head of Aalto Studios. And Antti Hirvonen from YLE. And applications are compared to each other on an overall evaluation, focusing especially on this list. So innovation is really, innovation value is very important. A competitive analysis is, it doesn't have to be huge at this point, but you should show that you know into what kind of market you are entering to. And of course, the content that is the king in this list. How to apply? We have our online application system. You should register there straight away. It takes about 2 months. I'd say that this concept design decisions will be ready in May. Before, I'd say in the beginning of May. And the support is paid in 2 installments. 80% is paid after the decision and after we make an agreement, and the rest 20% is paid after you make your final report. This year the final report must be made before 15th of 12th, though there is plenty of time. And that is definite, so you should think about that when you make your timetable, because that is definite deadline, because we need to make our own report to Ministry of Education and Culture, and if we don't manage to do that, we need to pay the money back, and that is not a good thing to anybody. Here's the infographic on same subject, and along this process, if you get any kind of answers, you can always give me a call or send me email. But the best way to contact AVEK is via this application system, because that is something that everybody in AVEK sees those questions, and if I'm not there, somebody else can answer, and so you can keep in touch with AVEK through the application system. And that is also the place where you make the final report. But this you can find on our web pages, of course. Few words on an application. First, read the support guidelines carefully, and that is something that I think that everybody who gives any kind of funding says the same, because that should be the place that explains everything. But if you can't find it there, of course you can always ask, but that is something that decision making is also based on. So the things that are there in support guidelines, those are the things that experts check on the applications. So check it out. Be clear. If there are 150 applications, if your application is huge, it's going to be quite a struggle to read it through. So please tell first important things in the beginning, and then experts can, go in more details. We love visual materials. It would be nice to see some visual materials, because we are in still in audiovisual field. And most importantly, justify your choices. You are the expert of your best expert of your own project. So please tell all possible things to the reader, so that you can convince them that you know what you're doing and this is important and this is going to be a wonderful project. You can find more info on our web pages, and you should order our newsletter. Then you can also see our deadlines and what kind of projects we've funded, and all kinds of other things that we do at AVEK. We do documentaries, media arts, animations and stuff. Or we give funding to them, though we're also all are artists ourselves. So we kind of know something about making the applications also. And as I mentioned, you can be in contact through the application system. But thank you. Thank you. Have you got any questions?
Company for do you need to have employees and maybe other requirements for the applications?
You mean should the company be not just a one-man company,
Yeah,
but yeah. No, not really, because when you for the demo productions, you need to have toiminimi is not enough. But if you got something bigger than that, you can apply. There are no requirements that you should have, what sort of a staff you should have. Yeah.
So do you need to have like existing developers actually doing the thing what they are applying for? So you need to have animators or something, like if you are
usually there is the crew still, you know.
So you need to have a crew.
Yeah, there should be a crew. There should be some kind of in the plan. You probably have kind of a people who are making it, but they don't have to be full-time employees in the company.
Okay, continuing question. So, can you make a promise that if you get the funding, like you promise to make a company, then is it that enough?
No, you need to have a company. It should be up and running around 6 months before the deadline of the demo production. But it doesn't have to be older than that. You don't have to have a kind of a long history.
But there was a funding also for individuals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Concept design. You can apply concept design funding as a individual. Yeah.
Is it if you apply for, if you don't have a company, is it usual that you work with like a production company or a publishing company or something else, and like they help you apply because they have the, you know, they are a company and they exist already? Or is it like you have to be the owner and you have to be the person, it has to be your company?
In demo production, the one who applies is the company. But if you apply for concept design, then you can apply just as yourself. And maybe find and say that okay, because you need to say also explain that what's going to happen after you finish the concept. You probably have a company that is interested in it, and you continue with them, and then or otherwise you have a plan to put up a company of your own.
And I have one more question. Mm-hmm. so it's a cultural fund. So do you kind of require some kind of cultural aspect in the applications?
No, not per se. But I'd say that usually no. it's not. This is different from AVEK's basic funding, which is very cultural and quite artistic. Of course, we value those things, but this is more. I'd say that it's more like. Because we are looking kind of a new kind of projects and something innovative in the plan. It's usually if it's kind of a, for example, a game that you know that there are like a million others in that field, then you should explain what makes this so different that you should give funding for. And but I say there are quite a lot of projects that have kind of some kind of a cultural background, and they are very interesting. So, but it's not that. It's kind of a, we want those projects to go on and start living life of their own. So it should be something that gets a proper audience.
So business opportunity is appreciated also.
Yes.
And the slides will be shared.
Yes,
afterwards.
yes, for sure. And you can also always ask questions later and check out our web pages and previous decisions and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, it was nice to see you.
And then we will have Kankainen from Finnvera, and will tell about the opportunities regarding loans guaranteed
and
by
guarantees.
governments and
Yeah.
financing tools. So
So, nice to meet you. My name is Esa Kankainen. I'm working as a finance manager at Finnvera. Just like Business Finland, we are fully owned by the Finnish state. And what we do, we try to finance the companies and give guarantees to the loans which bank will guarantee, which bank will grant. What is our mission? We want to success of the Finnish companies, so they can establish their business idea, scale up their business idea. And we are always working together with the banks or direct loans if needed. We have 370 people in Finnvera. I'm working in Ruoholahti. In mini team, it's called Innovation and Digitalization team. There's only 3 people working in that, but we do most business with game companies, scalable business idea companies. Like mentioned, we always work collaboratively. If the company needs finance, the common way is that they will go to the bank and ask a loan. They usually need some kind of collateral, and that is when we are involved. We back up the bank loan. Depending on our role and the risk profile which we do from the company, it can be 70 to 80%. And usually the banks are happy the higher our collateral is. We are working in almost in any way we can. Whether you are starting your company or you are doing M&A or you are doing export-import, we can be involved in those cases. Or trade financing, for example, if you want to protect your liabilities from the foreign company. Next slides will be the most common used products which we have. So start guarantee. For the companies who has been registered before 3 years ago, you can apply this start guarantee. bank will do all the paperwork for you, so you don't have to apply this direct from us. There are some rules, and they can be seen here. We can cover up to 80% out of the loan. Usually the loan amount is 100,000 euros, and we cover up to 80%. You can have 2 start guarantees, but there's have to be 2 months decision between those. So up to 160,000 euros you can have this start guarantee. We usually take margin, it's collateral margin from the guarantees which we provide, around 2.5% out of the guarantee amount which we will guarantee. Loan can be maximum 10 years. It's 1.75% is the guarantee commission in this start guarantee, sorry. Yeah. And yeah, that's about it. And then there is this SMG guarantees. It works the same way as the start guarantee, but the company has to have business established over 3 years ago. And the numbers are pretty much higher here. So you can have, and the company has to be owned by the 50% of the private individuals. You can have SME guarantees up to 300,000 euros. So in the same way, you go to the bank, they will handle the application towards us, and we will do a decisions up to 80%. And based on your rating alpha classifications, this is quite fairly priced. Below 1% per annum is the commission what we collect. And then these are the new direct loans from us. We are using those Invest EU guarantees in these loans. Whether you have some sort of, you have to have a project. This is not directly for the working capital. You have to, for example, in your industry, you are having some sort of product development going on. You need finance for that. We can give direct loan from Finnvera to that project. From 150,000 euros up to 2 million euros. But like stated here, we cannot finance the whole project. So you have to have some sort of own money, or you can go to the bank and ask if they can give you a loan. We can take up to 80% out of the project. For example, if you have 1 million project going on, we can give you loan 800,000 euros. So you need to have 200,000 some other money. For example, you are raising equity or something like that. 10 years is the minimum, is the maximum loan period. You can have some installment free payment at the beginning. But this is backed up by the Invest EU guarantee. So you don't have to give us any collateral towards us. No business mortgages or name guarantees. We are having 60% guarantee from the European Investment Fund. So if you go bankrupt, we will collect the investment. We will collect contact European Investment Fund, and they will give us rest of the money out of the 60%. Growth loan, if you are doing some sort of M&A, we can help you with this one also. Usually we are having a role here, so we can finance 30%. 50% has to be some sort of senior loan, and 20% have to be own equity. Usually when you want to discuss, you have to have a project or M&A worth 1.5 million euros. So the minimum growth loan is €500,000. Good thing about this product is that the bank can, it's subordinated, so the bank can, when they are calculating the company's equity ratio, they can accept this as equity. Our role in society, almost 1,700 startups which we have financed, a new domestic job, almost 5,000 jobs, and transfer of ownership, 120 million euros. These are last year's number. We want that all the good ideas will find a finance, and we will take more risk than the banks will usually do. Also, what I want to mention is that Robin mentioned this new innovative companies. We can also bridge loans that grant. If I correctly remember, you are paying the amounts later on, so we can finance those. Yeah, like you can see here, we are part of the Team Finland network. So Business Finland is one of them, TE Palvet is one of them, and Finnvera is one part of that. So here are some success stories that have been part of. I will not go through them, but you can have this slideshow, so you can check out those numbers. So, but yeah, that's about it. I have a pretty tight schedule, so I have to be going soon. So, any questions?
Am I the lucky one? Yes. So you mentioned that there is a personal guarantee, for individual who is applying.
Yeah.
So how do you evaluate the risk? Do you have a kind of understanding of the game industry? Like it's bit specific business. Of course, it's business as usual, but there are some specialities. So do you kind of trust them to be able to analyze their risk?
Yeah, we can do that. And the name guarantee which we will take is maximum 20,000 euros. So it's pretty low euro amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if things go wrong, then does the applicant need to pay all that 20,000?
Yeah, but not at once, of course. We do payments
so
for that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we will share the slides.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we will have Jani Joenniemi from PHA. Not really, you say it in English, I don't know.
Registration Office,
Yes.
Finland. Yeah. Yep. So Patent and Registration Office. Sorry, the headline is not the same as in the program. I forgot to change the title. This is originally the slides are made for an event we did about AI and games or creative industry together with Business Finland in in the autumn. Would be great to actually do that again because AI is developing so fast. So I'm here to talk about IP. So Patent and Registration Office, I think it's mostly, to all entrepreneurs in Finland, it's known as the trade registry. But it's also actually maybe a lesser known role is that it's the IP office. In many countries, I think most countries in Europe, the IP office is a standalone office. It's not usually connected with the trade registry, but so basically, basically two different roles. But so why are we why are we talking about IP? Is so maybe the landscape first. I'm actually working for European Intellectual Property Office, so I have two hat or kind of double role. So the European Intellectual Property Office is PRH is where you register trademarks or patents in Finland or designs, whereas European Intellectual Property Office is where you register sort of European level trademarks and designs. And so I'm actually a sent employee by the EUIPO, working on communications and networks around IP. And then there's on European level there's EPO, which is then European Patent Office that where you that manages patents on European level. And then you have World Intellectual Property Office, where you if you want to register trademarks outside of Europe, that's where you do that. So that's generally the landscape. And why are we talking about IP? Is so basically when we talk about IP, first of all, copyright and IP is usually copyright is used as a sort of a general term, which is actually not, intellectual property is copyright and trademarks and designs and patents and trade secrets. So so patents and designs and trademarks, that's basically PRH. And so why are we talking about IP with startups is that my employee, the other employee, EUIPO, and the European Patent Office, EPO, they had a study in the autumn that there's actually startups with IPRs or registered IP portfolios have up to a 10-fold chance of getting funding. So it doesn't naturally follow from you just register a trademark and then you have a higher chance of getting funding, but it's obviously you need to have something to register first. But I think to investors it also tells about your sort of business skills and sort of a general level of being organized and managing risks. So for scaling your business, IPR might become an obstacle if you haven't protected your IP sufficiently. Games, sort of digital, is very topical for us at the moment. Obviously, AI is changing the game, so there's a lot of legal framework is being redone. So, for instance, for games and protecting designs in games, when you're registering a trademark or design, it's not enough to register it. You also need to use it, or it's not valid. So you have sort of gray area. You have had sort of gray areas in the legal framework that actually, if you're using sort of a in-game asset only in a game, so in the legal framework, if you've protected it as a design, it hasn't been, and there's a dispute. Actually, using something only digitally hasn't been counted as using something. But there's the legal framework is being improved, and there's on an EU level there's starting to sort of fix things in that regard. So intellectual property is human centric. So copyrights is you need a human. For patents and designs, you also need a human. Trademarks, an exception. You don't really need a human. Companies can register those without having a human involved. So IPR is relevant for games. So you have copyright, which is software code, manuals, music, sound, images, videos. So basically individual creations. You have trade secrets. So that's what you have NDAs for. You have obviously trademarks, and then designs and also patents. A lot of the bigger players have patent portfolios. That's also relevant. So copyright is authors' own intellectual creation turned into a fixed expression in games. So it's basically game script equals literary work. Software is also regarded as literary work. So it's not, you can't patent software. But you can patent something that's created with sort of mechanical effects that are created with software. So gameplay is an interesting concept. It's not one of the IPRs, but it's so gameplay. The concept of gameplay, the idea of a game, is not protected by copyright. So IPR, so registered designs, registered IP offers some opportunities to protect elements of the gameplay. And so registered IP includes designs, so that can be obviously the machinery, game console, but then 3D items, 2D items, in-game assets, characters, also environmental design and interior design. And user interface in games, you can also register as designs. Trademarks, name, logo of the game, movement marks, multimedia marks, sound marks, jingles, you can also register as trademarks. And sorry. Yeah, I don't know how to play this. It's a video, but basically you can small animations you can also protect as trademarks and sort of interfaces. Patents, you can rendering, multiplayer sort of methods or game mechanics. You can basically patent, and so that's algorithms you can't or game rules you can't patent, or you can't also they don't fall under copyright. Here's some examples of a few patents in games. But yeah, I'll share the slides so we can you can check later if you want. And trade secrets, that's not a registered right, but you sort of need to prepare for that. Yeah, patents, trade secrets also, it's a strategy. If you have something brand new, you might want to keep it a secret rather than patent it. So that's needs consideration. And so here we have sort of a general slide about different IP. So IP is about sort of balancing about over free flow of ideas and sort of protecting product development. So a lot of the IPR is limited to a X amount of years. So in the last bracket you can see the maximum duration of different registered IPRs. Trademark is an exception that it actually is permanent in a way that if you renew it every 5 years, you can sort of keep it forever. And trademark is something that is like used for instance, Fiskars scissors. The design has expired a long time ago, but it's still protected by trademark. Or Lego brick is the patent and design have expired a long time ago, but it's still protected by various trademarks. So it's something you can extend your product protection with. And so they also overlap. The same item can be protected by copyright, design, and trademark at the same time. So if you want the maximum protection, you might want to consider all of them. And more information you can find, for instance, on all the different offices pages that I mentioned. So EUIPO, WIPO, and PRH. There's a lot of information and courses and webinars on IP. So if you're looking to learn about the subject, we have an event coming up with Business Finland around metaverse on IP on 20th of May. So if you're looking to learn more about digital and IP, that's also an opportunity coming up. But then to the funding, that was the topic today. So what we offer is basically the smallest out of the whole bunch here. So there's something called SME Fund, which is disseminated by EUIPO through PRH. So it's for small and medium-sized companies to sort of get started with IP. You can apply it for different things. You can apply it for something called IP scan. So in Finland, we've arranged it so that we have on PRH website you can find a group of experts who've signed up to the service. So you can choose the expert who have and the experts have told about their specialities on the website. So you have people specialized in copyrights or gaming industry there, and so you can you can use the expert services to go on your company's basic IP strategy with an expert. So it's a sort of a matchmaking service in a way to legal experts. You apply it. This is how it goes. You apply it at the EUIPO webpage. Then you contact one of the experts on the website. So it's IPR esianalyysi-palvelu, where you can find it, or pre-analysis service. And then the IP expert will interview you about your company situation, and will create a report. You'll have a discussion and back and forth, and and then after that you'll pay, and you apply for the reimbursement at the EUIPO webpage. So it's not huge money, obviously, but we also can offer 97% of the applicants have received it. So very high sort of. Basically, if you apply it, you get it. And you can also use it for registrations, trademarks and designs, up to 1,000 euros. And it covers, there's percentages of different registrations, how much it covers of the costs. And activation means that after you get a positive decision from EUIPO on your application, you have 2 to 4 months to use the voucher to launch using the voucher, and then you have 6 months to actually use it. And patents also up to 3,500, similar system. And yeah, that's it. questions.
Hey, thank you. One question for entrepreneurs and also small developers. When do you think is the right moment to start thinking about trademark and patenting their ideas and their projects? Because usually we think let's patent something that it's already successful and it's like a big deal already in the market. So how early is too early, or when is the right moment?
Trademarks, I think you as early as possible, because if you start creating a product or a game or under a certain name, then you don't want to end up in a situation where you have to change the name later on if you haven't done research on if somebody's already using that name or if there's obstacles to that. So definitely trademarks early on. Patents, that's a bigger consideration. It's expensive and it takes many years patenting. So it's you have the alternative of actually keeping things secret, or if you don't have that alternative, also in a way making things public is also an obstacle to competitors. So if you make something public, they can't also after that patent it. But if you have something very new, that is you believe that's actually sort of groundbreaking, and you might be able to license that technology or method, then maybe the investment is so that's basically how it works.
Do you give a support in like estimating the timing, or can they like get in touch to you, or?
I think at the PRH on trademarks and patents and so on, we give basic help in understanding and obviously in the registration. But then, sort of, if you have a sort of a more complex case that you want to evaluate from a business angle, we don't work on the private sector. That's then legal. You need to contact legal offices and so on. But we have the SME fund, which is a sort of matchmaking service, in a way that we can contact the private sector experts to continue with.
And was there an application period for that? Like, is it always open?
Yeah, this is always open. Actually, this kind of it's on and off. It's so at the moment, actually, the patents voucher or the patents support is closed, but it will return at some point this year, because it's during a calendar year. A lot of people apply it, a lot of companies apply it, but then they don't end up using it, so money returns into circulation if they don't use it. Also, maybe an important point is that even though the money is not that much, you can, as a company, you can apply for each voucher once a year. So it's a continuing support in that way.
Every year.
Every year, yeah.
Anything else? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
Next, we are having Kerstin Degerman from Creative.
Should we put this one?
He will help. Help. So no worries. So you are talking about Media Desk.
Yeah, the Creative Europe support for video games and immersive content.
Yeah.
In just a second. And actually, it's a bit unfortunate with their timetable now, because I have to say that the round is already over for this year. But, time flies when you have fun and so on. And the next round will open already in, I hope. But everything I say now here, you have to take with a pinch of salt, because as there is no new round announced yet. And we know that there will be one, but not exactly when. And also, everything I tell you is that I suppose it will go on like it does now. So,
have a fingers crossed. And
fingers crossed.
We are a bit ahead of the time, so you can have like at least 20 minutes. I will give you a sign when.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah,
I was planning to make it brief, but normally I, find myself babbling on. So
there is quite a lot of stuff. So take your time.
So as Suvi already said, I'm working for the Creative Europe Media Desk. Actually, we are together with my colleague. We are sitting in the Finnish Film Foundation, and we are trying to help all of you guys if you try to get money out of Brussels. That's to make the short version of the whole thing. And this support is part of a bigger program. It's called Creative Europe, and it's something that's going on for 7 years. And part of the money goes to all kind of arts. And then there is a special part of the money saved for film, TV, and games. And actually, this part of the money is a little bit more than half of the whole program, which is 2.4 billion euros totally, but for 7 years. So, really, problem really is that this already went, and so everything I say, I have to say it again. Please, you could. I will share these PowerPoints with you. So we can send them after the show, or after the day. But please don't hang me if something then turns out a little bit different than they say here. So actually, what we already then had, what opened last autumn, was around with 7 million euros, which was actually more than the year before. I think it was the only support that actually got more money than earlier years. So now it's 7 million, and it closed already in January. And actually, it was a big round. I think in Finland we never have had such a lively round, at least not in the office. I think we can also thank Neogames for that, because Elina helped us because as we knew that this get funded with to not be in the schedule, so they helped us with also I think to reach some new small companies. So let's see how it turns out, because the competition is really fierce, and 253 applications, they might support, I don't know, I don't remember by heart, 50, 60 something. You perhaps remember better, something like that. And actually those, if there are someone here, I mean, we had mailings and teams and things, but I might have been in contact with some of you here, but you will know more in August, and then sign in autumn the contract. So, what can you have money for? It has to be something, in a way, high end. It had to be something that is narrative, and this used to be actually a small problem also during the years for our companies, as not all games have been narrative enough. But it should be something strong, original, something that you burn for yourself. I think that goes for all the supports. If you don't believe really hard in them in the company, then they might, it sort of shows in the application somehow. So something that you really believe in, and that is also commercially sort of potential, really potential. And of course we are talking international competition and international distribution, but you guys work globally anyway, so that's nothing new for you, I would say. So who can apply? And that has actually been a small change to the better, I would say. Was it last year or the year before? But still, you could be, of course, a game company, but you could also be a normal production company. That's only one thing, that this production company, and now I'm meaning a company that used to produce films or TV shows or whatever, if they also produced and distributed a game before, so that they could say that we have something that we already sold. But this one does not have to be narrative. And this might be new for some of you who have been longer in the business, because before they claimed that also the reference work should be narrative. But this is, sorry, this is skipped. Nowadays it could be any game. But if you are a publisher, then you can't apply. They are not in this part of the program. And the game you already produced, it should be recent. It should not be a very old game. I tried to count on my fingers, and I think it for next round, now we are looking forward already, what is coming up in 25. Then it should be released earliest in 22, and then until the deadline. And as I said, not narrative. And also a very nice news for this year we had, which was that the support is now 200,000, which is, of course, much more than 150,000 that it used to be. And also what they did is that they give now the co-financing can be 60%, which is also of course much better than 50, which it used to be. So there have been some really new and good changes, and also, and this I think it might be a game changer. I don't think it's for the better or the worse, but you could also apply for several games. And I don't know what this makes now, when as we have also big companies, if they then sort of use this and get a lot of funding. I can't really, but time will tell. We'll see in the autumn. Also new is that you could do a sort of formal co-production with another company in the same country or another country or whatever. Of course, before also you could do it if you wanted some co-productions, but now you could include the other one as a formal partner. You still, as an applicant, is the one who get the money and put, give it to the other one, but they would be in the books of the commission also and have a PIC number, and they are in the sort of included in the business. So I think that might be good also, if especially if you do, which I don't think is so usual in gaming, that you have an international co-production. In film business they do it all the time, and TV series they do it all the time, but here it's perhaps not so usual. So then going back to this, or going a bit deeper into who can apply. You had to have this reference work, and it should be recent. And then, of course, some cases you don't have it. And then if you have heard how they do it in the film business and so on, and think, if there is someone in the company who has this experience, perhaps that would help. But it does not work like this in the gaming field. Even though if you are talking with your other producers, they might argue otherwise, but you have to have the game produced and sold out of your own company. So you have to be the producer. The company has to be the producer, really. And also it has to be a finished game. It cannot be early access. You have to have some income from the game. That is. It could be very small, the income, but you have to technically have someone clicking or something to buy your game to be formally competent to apply. Then I was not planning to talk so much about applications today, as this is really ahead, but then all the details about this reference game, also about the new game you are applying for, you have to put into a certain part directly into the portal of the commission, which is really a giant system. And this is really extremely important, because you don't have to send any other proof at this point that you really actually sold the game, but you have to have the details in the media database in the portal, or they will deem you ineligible immediately. So really this is, But all of these details we can discuss in smaller circles if you want to apply. Then, of course, there is a list of things that the Commission does not want to support, and they don't want to support promotional things, understandably. They don't want too much violence. They don't want. They basically they don't want anything else than games that are narrative and then they are playable and then are not like fact books or atlases or catalogs or whatever. So this is more for your information. I will not go so much into that. But then, of course, the most interesting is the project you are applying money for, which should be narrative. At some point they had in this list of ineligible also puzzle games, and still it cannot be a puzzle game, but of course there can be small puzzle games included in the game. And also the money that the Commission is giving, it's not meant for the production of this game, it's meant for the very beginning of your planning, when you are helping you to finance it, helping you to draft, helping you to set up things so that your production would be higher quality, better financed, better in all ways. And so I will show you a pic a little bit later when you could see how borrowed from the agency. How they sort of describe this thing. And also very, very important to remember is that the production that they don't support here now, the real production should not start until 10 months after deadline. 10 months after deadline. And if you when you write your application, you really have to think in every place that you not in some place put in that, like after 2 months or 5 months or something, because also this thing can really deem you ineligible if you have normally they are quite nice and they ask you afterwards and so on, but you can't really count on that because you have then done something that makes your application ineligible. So it's as this is such a big system, you have to be really careful when in every stage that it's holding together and you're doing everything as it should be done. So we talked already a little bit about it, but really funding here from the Commission is meant to do things, planning, designing, prototyping, things that you do really at the beginning of your project. And this you could do money up to the first playable version of the game, but then already those costs should not be included, which happens when you have this playable version and you work further. Then you're already sort of past this support stage. So here is the picture I talked to you about, and here you could see how much in the beginning you should be with the 200,000 you could get from the Commission. Pitching is, of course, also that this, I don't know how much you pitch, you guys, actually, but if you compare to documentary makers or serious people and so, they do pitch in forums and so on. You pitch to perhaps for venture capital, and of course that might cost also, you have to go somewhere and you travel somewhere and I don't know what. Sorry? And for the publisher, of course, yes. Like they do for the channels if you are a documentary filmmaker. Do you have any questions? I'm talking again so fast. I noticed that we could, if there's something here in between that you want to ask. No? Yes? Or a comment, I should suppose, from you.
Actually, it's more question this time. Last year there was a Creative Europe booth in Gamescom for helping the companies to pitch these projects to investors and publishers alike. At that point, the Commission was saying that it looks so good that they might be doing it again this year. Okay. So is it happening again? And then, of course, we hope that you join the Neogames booth, Play Finland booth, but if you can afford that, there is always a possibility that there will be a Creative Europe booth open for you as well.
Okay.
And another question, so can you go pitching to the publisher already, like, and then apply later the media desk funding, or how is it goes?
Of course, I mean, you could have, some money. It's also good to have some money on board. As I said before, they can give you 60% of your development costs. It's just that you cannot go into production. But of course, you can approach a publisher. And I have to say, when I try to remember that we have had projects that have already had some kind of deal memos or some deals with publishers. So that's not forbidden. So should we go on? How much did I use now? Money? I used a lot of time already. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. So this is. I will not talk about this anymore. But they are, of course, they use not only quality criteria. They also use points when they look at your application, and there are points for the quality and there are points for your strategies. And strategies are, of course, very central, as this is a development support, and you do development strategies, you do financial strategies, your marketing strategies. So of course these are really, really important. But what is also really important nowadays for Commission is greening and sustainability and inclusion and these kind of things. And they are also in two parts in your application. You could got 5 + 5 points. I urge you to fill these in really, really well and in detail and concretely, because these points might be just the points that you know that you need to get the support. They are vital, really, I would say, in this cruise competition. So, it's good to try to be careful in all parts of the application. So, and of course also for distribution you could get some points, but let's not dwell into that. Let's go further and look at what happened in 23, which was not a year before, last year. And at that point it was still 150,000, and we had one application getting support, Red State Entertainment. Totally, they supported 56 projects, and there were also some immersive content projects. For Finland, it was not a really, I'm very happy for this one supported project, but there were also quite a lot of applications around, and there were some of them which we also were in contact more with. Some we were more in contact, some less. Some we didn't see at all, but with those we were a lot in contact. They were like a couple of points below the line, so to speak, and that's always, well, then you think what could they have done better? But on the other hand, there is hope, perhaps next time then. So, no, why don't I can't get further now. No, I could do it with like this. I basically spoke already about the most important things. So this is more that links that you could, if you want to see the presentations the Commission have done. There is a catalog on all kind of courses that media support. There is also something small for gaming, not so many, but there are also script writing courses and so on that might be interesting. You could also approach Brussels directly. You don't have to go via us. It's totally voluntary. And then here are our contacts. And then I actually tried to look a little bit forward, and I prepared some extra materials that you could read at home if you want. Some small words about application, to apply, how you apply in practice actually. We don't have to go into that now either. This was the portal, but I'll just say that one thing, that there is no financial reporting in this system anymore, which might be a very happy thing on one hand. On the other hand, they have something called, you have these lump sums, and then you have work packages, and you have deliverables, and you basically report on how your work has advanced. And they do the same for us desks, and I have to say that for us, they really pick on us, and we have to have so many details. I think they are lighter with the project from yeah. So yeah, but you prepare a budget of your financing for the development phase. But then once they sort of looked at it, and if they think that they supply your product, then you don't go back to that. It's only, reporting is all about how the work is advancing. In a way, I think it's quite okay. This is actually the whole package, mandatory annexes. You have the detailed budget, you have the creative dossier, which is actually the project. What are you doing? In graphics and in text and sound or whatever you have. Then, of course, you have to prove that you own the project. Then you have also to tell about which your shareholders are, ownership and control. And then, of course, if you made some deals with the publisher or whomever, perhaps it's AVEK. That has been before used sometimes. That the support Milla was talking about, that's a very good Finnish support. Of course, you could have also support from your, or not support, money from your own company, but support-wise, AVEK is good. And then there is a new form called language form, just that they want in which languages the material in your application is. There might be Finnish also. If you, for example, put your what is the word? The contract you do with your employer, if you want to know that all their rights have been transferred to your company, and you just want to show it that way, and they might be in Finnish, so then you have Finnish also. But I think we are more there. It's just to help you a bit further. They want certain deliverables, and have named them already. What they want to see: updated creative development and update on crew or cast and prototype, etc. Yeah, I think this one you could read at home. Thank you for my part.
Please say if there is any questions.
Yeah.
Okay, I have 3.
Okay, you have 3. Wow.
Okay, so
now I already put something for this. Perhaps, yeah.
So, do we have enough Finnish applicants?
I would say that this year, if there are around 10, I would say that's what can be expected. Because even if there are so many companies, there are not so many that fulfill these criteria. So yeah, we could, of course, we are happy to have more. But to be honest, I would say that if there would be more than 15 applicants, there would be a lot included that not really do have the chance.
Okay, and oops, and other question is, do you really need to already have some kind of proven track record that you have already published games to be able to apply?
The one I was talking about at the beginning, that one you have to have that has been published, that has been sold. So even if there would be like 2 clicks, but someone, you have to, technically, it has to be there somewhere.
Fair enough. And also, can you use AVEK money or any public funding as your oma rahoitusosuus, as your own part of funding?
Yes, of course. That's also what I tried to say, that in AVEK, they have this, the DigiDemo, it's perfect money. It's actually perfect money.
I just wanted to clarify it, because it's sometimes it's like that you cannot use the other grant as a part.
Yes, I will just comment this generally, that media and not only gaming, I think it's really a good EU support, because you could have all kinds of money. They can be public money, they can be private money, they can be third sector money, they could be from your own company. All kinds of money are okay, not in-kind money, but all kind of money that goes through bookkeeping. It's okay.
Excellent. Thank you for lots of information. Okay, now we will have a break, and there is a coffee machine, like I mean the actual machine, so you can have a coffee, and there is a restrooms behind the corners. So we will continue 10 past. So let's have a break. Oh.
I will have a coffee here. If someone who wants to ask something specifically, then I'm here.
I wish that I would have some kind of cash machine that there would be sound of money, you know. But imagine, or some. Oh, there is no. Yeah. Do you have some money, Jonas? Some coins. Yeah. Okay. No. Oi. Money is floating. There is money available for all the. Well, no. Well, anyway, you can apply or try. Okay. So we will have Jere Partanen from Sisu. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
There might be your slides.
My slides might be there.
Yeah, there.
Okay.
Would be okay. And you have your mic.
Cool. Hello, everyone. So I'll be talking a little bit about equity investors in games because I feel like often that is a bit of a opaque topic, and a lot of the investors are not really providing a lot of helpful information in terms of how to really understand the requirements and so on. As a bit of background, who am I? I'm a principal at Sisu Game Ventures. Also been an entrepreneur myself outside games though, and at Sisu really looking at Europe and North America, primarily at PC console studios and mobile. And if you don't know about Sisu, we're an early stage VC fund out of Finland, founded back in 2014, with background of the partners having been from collectively building 16 game studios over the years. And I mean, we've invested quite widely across Finland, the Nordics, and increasingly now globally. And investing out of a $55 million fund, around like $250K to $1 million in mostly like pre-seed and early seed stage companies. So I can say that I have a lot to say about how studios should think about various types of equity investors. And just to really start with, I'll be talking about venture funds. And just to showcase, like, there's nowadays a lot of different options that companies have. This list that I have here is hardly exhaustive at all. The last I counted, I think there are around 30 or even more than 30 exclusive game funds globally, covering various stages from pre-seed to really late stage, like Series B, Series C investments. But obviously, I'll here assume that most of you here haven't raised funding yet, so I'll be talking mostly about that very, very early stage. So just to kind of talk a little bit about what funds look for. And this sort of list of priorities is slightly arbitrary, but the first point there being the team. Like, funds are ultimately investing in businesses, not games, and businesses are driven by people. So the first reason why a fund will say yes or no will always be the team. And the second, you look at sort of the scalability of the business, because ultimately most game studios are not venture backable, and they're not startups in that sort of scalable sense. And that's fine. And that kind of just means that most companies, I assume even most companies here, aren't the right target for venture funding. And oftentimes, I'd say that a lot of indie studios shouldn't raise or shouldn't try to raise venture funding, because it really sets up certain expectations for the company that you as a founder might not even want yourself, because it's about growth, it's about you're constantly on the clock. So it sets up a very different nature for the business going forward. And because of the requirement for scalability, VCs often invest in very certain categories. I mean, games as a service, definitely across like various platforms, is the main focus in terms of studios. Mobile free to play, I mean, it's been a bit difficult recently, obviously, but that's still something that funds really look for. And then, I mean, they're obviously interested in trends, as we saw from like Web3 and AI more recently. And definitely those that are pitching more of an approach to growth, focusing on the business aside from the game, because I really need to emphasize that equity investors, especially VCs, are not investing in the product. That is never going to be the reason why they invest. Ultimately, it's about the long term of the business, because the only way that they make their returns is when the company either is sold to another company or lists on the stock market. But I mean, while premium studios have generally been a bit of a difficult category in terms of venture funding, this is slowly changing as the kind of consumer expectations really change and the industry as a whole becomes very saturated, so free to play is more difficult, yada yada. But I'd say like premium is still not the main focus that a lot of funds have, and it still needs to be looked at from a very long-term perspective. And one thing that must be noted is that one of the common mistakes we see when companies are pitching is that they tend to pitch to funds as they would pitch to publishers, which is very much about like the game itself. You're not really showcasing like why is this the right team to back, why is this the right timing for this type of product, how does this company actually become like a multi-$100 million company in the end, because that's kind of the minimum requirement that a lot of, or basically every fund is looking for. There are exceptions of VC funds that look at it a bit differently, but I'm just kind of generally speaking about the like average fund in the industry. So I think like for most people here, if you're looking for equity investment instead of project funding, I'd say like angel investors are for sure the main category you should look at, because unlike venture funds who are investing someone else's money, the angel investors may invest for very different reasons, given that it's their own money. And those could be your former bosses. There's angel syndicates that are sort of collecting a lot of people who invest together, your old colleagues, and so on. And I'd say for basically every company, regardless of the type, if you are going for equity investment, you should look at angel investors as the first priority. Because angel investors, just like funds, they have wide networks. The funds know that they are known quantity to the funds, so they can give you a good boost if you're trying to raise money from other equity investors and so on. And obviously they can be helpful in various ways. So why do angels invest? Because like funds, they're ultimately investing almost purely because of the financial returns. And the funds kind of expect like a 10x to a 100x return from their investment just due to how these like return dynamics actually work. But angel investors might just be happy with like getting their money back. Sometimes they expect that they won't even get their money back, but it's more about supporting someone they like, learning about the new category. I mean, investing kind of across various types of companies is actually quite fun as well, like giving back to people, like diversifying their investment portfolio, everything in between. So I think angel investors as a whole, because of this, should be something that you really prioritize. And kind of moving on from there, I'd kind of also point to publishers and strategics. And what I mean by strategics is kind of the types of investors who are investing in equity for strategic reasons, which is to like really add something to their own game portfolio or really expand outside of like a genre that they're usually focused on or whatever. And a lot of the publishers, almost like all of the big ones nowadays, are investing also in equity beyond just doing project funding for companies. So, and especially recently that has happened because the competition has become more stiff. It's more difficult to launch new games, so they try to get that expertise from somewhere else. And why these companies actually end up investing is because they want to acquire the company in the long term. And kind of that is a positive thing for you because they obviously want to support you in the long term, but it does kind of close some doors because as I said, like the focus for these investors is to ultimately acquire the company, and that's why they want to invest early so they get a basic like preferential treatment. And that's just slightly in conflict with what other equity investors might want, because let's say the fund wants to see 100x return, but the strategics wants to acquire the company rather early. So if one of these publishers, for example, one of the listed ones, wants to invest in you, that often does close doors for you in a way that other like venture funds, for example, wouldn't want to invest because of this tendency of these companies to acquire you rather early. And they are often a great source of early equity capital for companies, and they are very active. Even like Supercell here in Finland is extremely active. Well, we are at HypeHype here, so that's showcased. And they do compete with funds for deals nowadays, and they might offer like better terms as well. And they are willing to pay up quite a bit if they find something that could be a real major fit into their core business. And additionally, it's interesting because the strategics, unlike the funds to an extent, can help you perhaps a bit more even, because they can give you access to their resources, for example, like internal QA, localization, whatever, even help with game design and tech. And yeah, as said, they might acquire you down the line, which is an interesting prospect. And they do offer publishing opportunities as part of those equity investment contracts from time to time. So it's sometimes both equity as well as project funding. So while there are kind of a lot of benefits, apart from closing doors, as I said, there are other issues. I mean, these equity strategics as equity investors invest because it fits into their strategy, but that strategy really changes over time. And what we've seen is that if you become kind of irrelevant to the company's new strategy, then you're not going to get a lot of support. And because you're kind of married to that strategic, because the other funds don't really want to touch you afterward, it kind of means that you're really in trouble if this happens and they lose that interest. And a lot of the time, the issue is that you're kind of also under more scrutiny, just like with publishers. So with like venture funds, you have a bit more freedom. With strategics, they might have a bigger effect on you as a whole and want more control. And additionally, like you usually build relationships with like individuals inside that company. And if that individual actually ends up leaving, you might kind of be left out to dry from the perspective of the organization. And then, I mean, there's kind of various sort of special investors that I maybe don't have a good category for. And these are sort of entities that don't really fit like a traditional category like angels or venture funds. And they have a very specific focus area because of this. Often they might give you a sort of mix of equity and project financing, or they might specialize in a specific like type of founder, for example, underrepresented minorities or just like specific geographies. I mean, have an example of the mid-game fund from the Netherlands that's doing just investments there. There's GTR, which is kind of an accelerator plus a fund. And there's like premium focused funds like GameSeer that's doing like equity plus project financing, if I recall correctly. And there's a lot of others. So if you fall into a certain category of business, it might make sense for you to really look at all of the options you have beyond the very obvious ones, because nowadays there's a lot of these programs. There's accelerators like the ones that Andreessen Horowitz is running in Silicon Valley. There's others that have a more global footprint as well. And yeah, maybe kind of I'd like to leave it at that, and open things up for questions. So anyone have anything they'd like to ask?
Hi, thank you. Considering that mostly the conditions when you apply for either accelerator or innovator or seed funds are usually kept under wraps, like not publicly comparable. How can that, in a way, any entrepreneur or any small organization can measure and compare what is being offered versus like participating in this fund or this one, and especially when there are several options that can fill into the initial requirements.
So just to be clear, are you more asking about what these accelerators offer rather than require, or
how? Let's say that I as a developer, I want to start participating in one of these funds or either accelerator, and still like the question is like, which one shall I take?
Right.
Because usually they take part of your equity, or you need to be like fully committed, full time, few months. Depends on the limitations and the requirements that they have, and usually they are not so open on the information until you actually are accepted there, that they provide you with the
to be honest, like I would not be a part of anything that doesn't give you that information before you are accepted. That's a massive red flag. Like all of the reputable investors, all of the reputable accelerators, they will obviously like give you that information during the application process. They might not be like that upfront about everything like publicly all the time, but if you find someone who's not willing to tell you exactly what it's like, what the terms are before you're accepted, then run away. Like do not work with these people.
Very helpful, thank you.
Hey, what stage of the company should start talking
with
VC funds?
I mean, I think this is a difficult question to answer because it really depends on like the team you have. Like let's say you have a team that's extremely experienced, they've been like maybe founders before, they built successful games, then you can just raise without basically anything. You can go out there, you have a team and you have a vision, and then they might give you money. In cases where your team is less experienced, it's just about like justifying that investment through other means. So it really depends on that. And oftentimes it's more about like you have a playable prototype, you have like something you can showcase, maybe like some marketability testing, whatever that might be. And then you can go out to like the pre-seed funds that are looking for like to invest smaller amounts. Then there are these like larger funds that might want to invest like minimum 3 million or minimum 5 million. And then you just need kind of more. So I think this is a bit of a difficult question to answer because it's like really depends on who you're talking to, who you are, what you're really building. But I think there always needs to be assessment about like who you are as a founder and what your team actually looks like. And really, if you think that this is not like purely enticing from the team's perspective, then you just kind of start building that up out from there. But I guess a lot of funds will also be happy to tell you, like if you contact them, they will tell you like when is a good time to pitch to them. And I can't speak for the others as much.
I have again one question. Company valuation might be low, a little bit low now.
Right.
Right. So and then is there a risk of cap table being kind of ruined in that situation? Like and of course when you are an investor in there and you would like to have a cap table clean or nice, and if there is a too low valuation, it might cause troubles later on when you are doing exit. So
Yeah.
Am I right, and what is your
to
approach
an
that?
extent? I mean, I think if you're working with angels or funds who know what they're doing, they won't give you deals that will put you into that position because they also need you to be able to raise later on.
Exactly.
So oftentimes, if an angel investor or fund is there saying like, we want to take like 40% of your equity in this first round, that's immediately kind of a red flag about, again, the investor not really like being there for you or being like actually savvy about with what they're doing. Oftentimes, if you're working with reputable people, they do like investments are from like 10 to 20% or 25% of the company in the first round. But I wouldn't necessarily be worried usually. Like I think a lot of the time broken cap tables come from you having to raise like multiple times because you just haven't hit your goals, not necessarily because you're too diluted in the first round.
Okay. More questions? No? Okay. We will share the slides if Jere agrees.
Yeah, of course.
Later on, and maybe you will be here.
Sure.
Thinking about what is the main focus nowadays? If you think mobile or you mentioned PC, is there like a specific genre that is more interesting?
Well, not really. I mean, I think most companies, especially in like most investors, if they're looking at PC console, they do look at multiplayer. But beyond that, it's more about like, do they believe in your thesis about why this can work? And a lot of times, what's more important than like a genre or even a business model is like really explaining how you reach your audience, because it's like the market is so incredibly saturated nowadays. So I think even to us, like I'd like to see companies pitch more the approach you take to your go-to-market, how you really speak to your audience, how you start building that audience early, rather than just saying like, we have this game that we wanna build. Because yeah, it's so difficult to find an audience, like regardless of the platform nowadays.
And also regarding the PC and console, the scalability is not always so easy, and it might take a little bit more time. And anyway, it's so your attitude to premium games is?
We've invested in premium games. I think it's just about like, do you present a convincing thesis about the business in the long term? Because I think a lot of investors will not only look at your first game, it's more about like, what is the plan from there? Like, do you intend to spin up multiple teams after the first game? Like, do you intend to maybe go from premium to some other category of a business model or whatever? So it's just more about like, can you convince them about the long term of the studio, regardless of what your first game is?
Okay. Yes, this is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have Jussi Tähtinen from Nitro Games, and you're gonna tell like how if you would be an early stage startup, and like how was it when once you were also, and like how do you do the raising money and then get to the point when you are in stocks at the moment? Like
Indeed.
in 25 minutes from the beginning.
That's plenty of time.
That's beginning to this. Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. All right, greetings. I'm Jussi Tähtinen. I'm the loud and proud CEO and co-founder of Nitro Games. We're a Finnish mobile games and these days more and more also cross-platform powerhouse. And Suvi asked me to share my take on things, especially when it comes to how to get things started, how to get funding, and how to get your company going before you actually have a business case at hand. And before we go into those details, let me show you what it is that we do.
Okay, team, let's finish this.
So that's the type of stuff that we do. So we've been around for quite some time now. Nitro Games was founded back in 2007 when I was still young and handsome guy, busy developing games. And basically, my background is that I've been playing games as pretty much my whole life, so more than 40 years now. That's always been my hobby and passion in many ways. I've been also making games almost my whole life. So when I started the hobby of playing games back in the day, you know, those gaming hardware was still somewhat more simple and straightforward compared to what it is today, and same was for the gaming software. So I used to make small mini games as a hobby before it eventually became profession to me. And in Nitro Games, we are roughly 100 people at the moment, out of which a little bit more than 50 we have here in Finland. We have 2 studios, one here in Helsinki, right next to the railway station, and then one office 1 hour east from here in a smaller town called Kotka. And then we have roughly 50 people scattered around here and there and everywhere in different countries as sort of either freelancers or in our partner studios and so on. And we specialize in action and shooter games. We these days do mostly mobile first, but we find ourselves working more and more on multi-platform and cross-platform games. And on that front, the biggest projects we have at the moment are Warframe, where we work with Digital Extremes on their multi-platform shooter game. And then we have a multi-platform project going on with Netflix, which we haven't announced yet. And this is the type of stuff that we've been doing historically quite a lot, that we have a little bit of our own money, and usually money that we get from investors that we invest in our own games, and parallel to that we also work with somebody else's games, and that's also how we get money into Nitro. So our business has always been twofold in that sense. And for me personally, the sort of pinnacle when it comes to the topic of the day, which is not games. I love games, but today we're here to talk about money. So when it comes to the money side of things, the sort of pinnacle for me personally was in 2017. So this photo is from June, almost 7 years ago, I guess, in 2017 from Stockholm. And this is the moment when me and my co-founder Antti Villanen, we listed Nitro Games in Nasdaq First North Growth Market in Stockholm. And for us as founders, that meant that that was the time when basically a lot of the stress and sort of uncertainty and difficulties associated with running your own games company and getting the funding together disappeared when you cling the bell. And we've been engaged with fundraisers since then, and with so many different investors and so on. These days, Nitro Games has more than 4,000 shareholders, so you can imagine the amount of fun that you have interacting with different people who have invested different amounts. But it's a completely different story since we listed the company, so now it's more stress-free and more straightforward, and it's so regulated and full of rules and so on, so it's not as risky as it used to be. But today we will mostly talk about what happened before that, when things were still risky and super exciting. So our sort of funding roadmap is visualized on this slide, and when we started Nitro Games, we wanted to make sure that we have this sort of business mindset to begin with. We wanted to build a game company where we don't follow your typical sort of investment storyline, for example. We didn't want to build a company where you go into the sort of path of finding seed funding and then Series A and that sort of venture capital story that you hear so many other companies do. That's a fantastic way of building a company, don't get me wrong, but we felt that that wasn't for us. We wanted to do something our way, and we wanted to build something that generates revenues so that we wouldn't be on the mercy of investor funding, at least not completely, but we could actually control and have a say on what we do in Nitro and how we do it especially. Because having fun was one of the most important things. We didn't want to build a workplace for ourselves, but we wanted to build lifestyle for ourselves and enjoy that for years to come. And basically when we started, well, it was very different. We started with PC games, we did real-time strategy games, and back in the early days, games were still sold in a box, which contained a DVD and a user manual. So for example, a big part of the production was to come up with that user manual, because for a strategy game, those things were thick. And that's also the reason why you kind of adapted to a model where you had a game developer who developed the game software, and then you had a game publisher. And back in those days, the game publisher had a very much different role compared to these days when everything is digital and you can basically own the whole chain yourself if you want, because you needed somebody to handle territorial distribution and manufacturing of those discs and warehousing and all those logistics associated with physical distribution. When we released our first game called East India Company in 2009, which lucky for us was sort of instant success. It has sold more than 300,000 copies, and back in those days, for a PC strategy game, 100,000 copies was considered to be a success case limit. So we were very happy with the sales of the first one back in the day. And I think out of that 300-ish thousand, probably more than 70% came from physical retail. So the role of digital distribution was very small. So in the beginning, that's how we made money. We made game software, then we essentially sold that game software to publishers, but we retained the IP ownership and so on, and we got paid in what we called license fees. And then we got some royalties from the sales of the games on top of that. So that was the baseline of the business. And basically, hand in hand with that, we put money in as founders, and because we were young geeks with not much money, how we actually did the financing was that we arranged some deals. Then we went and took our hats and talked with Mr. Owner of the bank. I would need some loan. And then you would get ridiculously expensive terms and you would put your own name and sign off and guarantee big amounts. And then the next step is that you go into these sort of public entities. So whether it's Business Finland or the local ELY-keskus, depending on the project, or then you go and have a chat with Finnvera, who sometimes wants to support companies doing export and take some of that loan guarantees under their name and things like this. You basically scramble and put stuff together. You take ridiculously big personal risks, so your personal debts are like several family homes worth of loan guarantees, so if things go south, you basically are bust yourself as well. That's an avenue that we decided to take because we did not want to take external investors in the beginning to make sure that we get to determine how things go and we get to sort of build the storyline as we want it to be built. And basically that's how we did first roughly 5 years of the company. We pushed forward and we did quite a few games and grew the studio and so on. But then came Steve Jobs, invented iPhone. The first one didn't do much for us, the second one neither, but then when 3GS, I think, or 3S happened, that was the whole moment for us, and we decided, okay, this is something we want to have a go with. And we started to play more and more with mobile stuff in addition to the PC, and we also did some white label console stuff. And that's when we kind of started to also take some private investors on board, because we wanted to start exploring the whole mobile thing with a longer term mindset and build some capabilities and stuff beyond one game, because we understood at the very beginning that this is not going to be the type of business where you make a game, make some profits, use those profits to build the next game and move on, but this is rather going to be a business where things are very risky and very shaky and very unpredictable in so many ways. So then we took some private investors on board and started to operate forward with that type of thing. We also engaged with some game publishers every now and then, and we sometimes got paid to develop some games every now and then, so we kept little pieces from our previous business models as well. But we very soon realized that that's not going to be what cuts it in the long run, and then we wanted to figure out some sort of like a longer term solution, because we did not want to go into the mode where we go funding round after funding round, talking to private investors and trying to figure that stuff out, because it gets super labor intensive. It starts to take so much of your time and focus and effort, and at some point you wonder that, am I here to build games or am I here to actually talk with investors and raise funds and stuff? So that's when we made the decision that we want to take ourselves public, and that's been one of the best decisions we've done ever in the history of this company, because it gave us so much structure and stability and support that we've needed since to make sure that we get to do what we want to do. And since we went public, that also meant that we did not have to worry about our own personal stakes in the company anymore. We still had plenty of loans to pay and stuff like that, but when you're a publicly listed entity, those companies usually don't go bust when something goes wrong, but they usually figure it out one way or another. So it's a much more stable environment. So it allowed us to have much more longer term mindset in our thinking when we didn't have to worry about all the mistakes so much anymore. but it also meant that we had so much more demand in terms of financial return and building shareholder value and increasing the share price, and all these dynamics come into play, of course. And as of this year, we're at a point where we are not actively seeking any sort of funding at all. So we're at a point where the business is carrying us forward in a way that we are satisfied with that, at least for the time being. So I think this is probably the first year in the history of the company that I don't have any plans for any fundraisers in any way. So it's like a happy place to be in that sense. That might be that we do something at some point in the future, might be not, but we're at least not in a position where we would have to think about that topic at all. And the smiley faces there are to describe that when you want to start a games company, start even remotely thinking about fundraising stuff, prepare to go through all those emotions. It's not as straightforward as people often make it sound. And let's now go into the day one. So we have a great bunch of people, great idea. We might already even have a business entity up and running, but now we need to figure out the funding. And this is something that doesn't get spoken enough, if you ask me, and this is the sort of fundamental decision that I think you should make in the very beginning, and that is that, do I want to go forward and build this type of equity story? And if I want to follow that path, then I need to be comfortable with the fact that I am gonna be giving away pieces of the control of the company. I'm gonna be signing different type of shareholder agreements. I'm gonna be engaged in this field of private investors, angel investors, VCs, and that whole show. It looks beautiful in the news when it succeeds. It's a path with many great things on it, but it's very different compared to I want to do it myself and I want to be calling all the shots and I don't want to be sharing the control too much with anybody type of story. And that's something that I'm not saying that there's right or wrong, there's no good or bad here, but these two avenues are very different compared to each other. And I think that's something I hope everybody makes in the beginning as a conscious decision, that I want to go left or I want to go right, because it will then impact the rest of the life cycle of that company one way or another. And our sort of journey has been somewhat not as clear between these two. We've sometimes been definitely leaning more towards the right side of things and sometimes maybe a little bit more to the left side of things. And that's not something I'm super proud of, to be honest, in all cases, because sometimes we've done solutions that have been far from ideal just because we've had to do those. But that's also part of the life cycle, that things don't always go as planned, and sometimes you need to do something that wasn't exactly in your playbook to begin with. But again, something that you definitely want to have a sit down and think and make a decision that which way you want to go. And then once that's clear, I've tried to simplify the life of a gaming startup in 3 steps. And the 4th step, the Kimi Räikkönen moment, is basically when you're already up there and running and you don't need any help then anymore. You know exactly what you're doing, so we don't need to talk about that. So basically, the founding thing is that basically you need to somehow answer that, okay, what it is that we need right now? What is really the priority in terms of needs that we have, and how do we get it? Usually it means that at least you want to have talent who has some sort of idea or direction, but then you need something that supports that talent. That's really what it's all about. You don't need all the fancy bells and whistles, but that's because it all starts and ends with people. And basically, depending on what's the sort of financial position of that talent, you might need funding to begin with, or you might not. If people somehow have a little bit of stuff that they have been able to save or something, then maybe you don't need funding day zero. So maybe you only need it a little bit later once you've already built something. So that's the first consideration. But if you need funding, then I encourage that you somehow try to put together a first starting point where you go through all the sort of local entities, whatever those might be, depends on the region where you're based and where the company is based, but there might be some sort of accelerator programs ongoing, or the local government pieces might have something ongoing which wants to support growth of new companies, so be part of that, and you might get a little bit of funding from here and there and everywhere. So that's worth exploring in the beginning, of course. Then one thing you might want to consider is that, okay, if I want to choose a path where I want to retain control over this company and I don't want to talk with investors to begin with at least, then why not try to do some work for hire? That's something that very often gets a label that will distract your focus, and that's very much true. If you engage that path, then you're going through a constant balance that how much time and effort I have to dedicate for my own stuff versus working for somebody else just to get paid. So that's definitely the downside of that route. But on the convenient side, it doesn't dilute you. It means that you get revenues. And then if at any point you want to approach investors, one thing that they always love seeing is revenues, because it means that you have something which is valuable and somebody paid you something against that, whatever that might be. So that's always a good thing to have. And then the yellow X is basically private investors. Maybe you know somebody, maybe you have industry friends who have made a little money or whatever it might be, but some sort of private investors. Might be people who are more established angel investors or just might be your industry friends, what have you. But one thing to keep in mind is that the moment you open that path, then that's usually the moment when you start giving away pieces of the pie to somebody else for good. So whenever you give away some shares or some ownership from your company, those are then gone. It's very rare that you get a chance to buy those back in any way. That might happen, but it's not how things usually go. Then once you've got them past that first point, one way or another, I think the second point is some sort of validation. If you're building, free-to-play mobile game, this might be some KPIs that prove that you actually have a business case, you actually have a market that's interested in your title, maybe you have already soft launched it, what have you. If you build something on, PC, might be that you have a demo out there and tons of interest in wish lists and community building and stuff. Or it might be some sort of market validation some other way, or it might be that you have a lot of offers from different game publishers, or whatever type of thing. Something that proves that what you have built is actually worth something and somebody is willing to put money to get it. And that's something that once you have that on the table, that moment I think unlocks so many different opportunities, because then when you can demonstrate a business, you can at least get a meeting with your bank. At the moment, it's probably one of the worst times on my career to have any discussion with any bank about anything, because things are tight economically still, but that's not going to last forever. But basically, when you have a business, you can have a chat with banks, one way or another. Then also, anything happening locally, they probably want to support you more because you're one of the sort of golden gooses who already has something, so everybody wants to support the winners. So the moment you have something that shows that I actually have at least grounds for a business here, then you should milk all the sort of local support entities, because they are likely wanting to help you. And then all these things, Business Finland and so on, fantastic entities. So you should definitely have a chat with them. You should definitely talk with your industry friends to figure out how that whole system works, but they are there to help. And when you actually have a validation and business case, then those avenues are unlocked for you. And then of course, that means that you have even more chances of doing some sort of B2B business, so selling your expertise to some other companies, usually referred to as work for hire. So you can reach out to companies like Nitro Games, for example, that hey, we have this fantastic team, we have our own game and stuff, and we want to focus on that, but we lack a little bit of money, so how about we sell you guys 50% of our capacity every now and then we pay you nice fees for that, and you get paid, and stuff like that. And then of course, investors, and I think this is the point where you can also start to consider more institutional approach. There are venture capitalists out there who have specialized in gaming or tech, with tech focus and stuff, who might want to be happy to go in early, even before you're profitable or before you actually have scalable revenues, if you have really strong team and an idea. And then the third point is basically when you already have a business. So this is a moment when money is happening and you actually have customers, whether they are B2C customers, so players playing your game, or whether there are other businesses purchasing your services, what have you. But that's basically the point in time when pretty much everything is possible. And I think this is the last point in the sort of starting phase when, in my opinion, you should definitely make the decision that do I want to go the direction where I control and run the show completely on my own, I want to call all the shots, and I am happy to take the risk that comes with that, or if I want to start building this investor storyline, and I will then accept dilution, but I will get some sort of safety and structure from the fact that I can maybe raise so much more money and have so much more capital in my disposal to build something bigger. So I think that's the last moment in time when you're supposed to make that call. But after you've gone through these initial steps and hurdles, that's basically, then you already know what you're doing, and then it just go and get it done type of thing. So point being here that there is no right way, there's no wrong way, there's many different ways of doing, but I think it all starts with you and the other founders figuring out that this is what we want, and then make that happen one way or another. Then, when things go south, because if there's one thing I can promise you is that things will go south, happens everywhere, and this is stuff that people don't talk about that much, but I think these are usually the more beneficial stories, because explaining how we did something super well, that doesn't help you at all. But if somebody explains and shares some of their mistakes and how they actually recovered from those, that actually might be helpful. And when this thing eventually happens, that's when it feels like, oh no, my investor story just, fell crumbling down, and it's game over and stuff, or you might have lost valuable pieces from your team, or you might have lost some revenue, or whatever it might be, so many different things. But I think the first thing then to do is to just sit down, chill out, relax, and figure out that, are you able to get back on track, and do you want to get back on track? And if both of those are yes, then get your head sorted out, get it done, fix it, move forward. If either of those two is no, then I would suggest that just accept it, kill it, move on, build the next thing, whatever that might be. And basically, simplified plan to get back on track, if you ask me, is to not worry about how do I get funding, because if you've fallen off the track, it most likely means that you are not the sexy target that every investor wants to have when they think about where they put their money in. You go into the category of being stake, you go into the category of being desperate, you go into the category of being vulnerable to these predators who are out there to take advantage of your poor position. I encourage you to show middle finger to those guys at that point, and keep your head cool and try to fix it on your own so that you can get back on track and look good and sexy and not vulnerable and not desperate again, and then move on. And how to get things back on track, that's when you need to do some difficult decisions, usually. And that's the time when I would rather spend effort and focusing, figuring out, okay, we did some mistakes, we are running out of money, we need to buy more time, what payment plans can we negotiate? I think that that's your time better spent is to negotiate payment plans than trying to find funding with desperate bad terms, because if you find it, you're gonna regret it and it's gonna come with you for a long time. But if you figure out payment plans, you're going to get flexibility, and if you then actually handle those, you're going to get reputation that that's a trusted person, he or she keeps his word and delivers stuff, even if it became a little bit late. Then you probably need to look into some cost savings. Maybe you don't need 2 Coke machines anymore, maybe you can get by with 1, or maybe you don't need Coke at all for 1 month or 2 months to, save some money here and there. And that's a moment where a lot of small streams add up. So usually people are surprised when they actually start to trim on small things that don't sound like meaningful at all, but then when you actually put them all together, it actually adds up. And that might be the only solution you need. Then again, I want to underline the side gigs, and the reason I want to underline it is because these things usually have a bad sort of tone to it, because they suck away your focus from your dream project and from the most important thing, but these are things where you usually get paid. So might be that it's better for yourself to eat a little bit of humble pie, go work for somebody else, either through work for hire or as a freelancer for a short while, to get your own business and own game, whatever it might be, back on track, rather than raise money with desperate terms. Think about it at least. And then, if you still need something more, then think about, what do I have that I could sell? Is there something in my inventory that I don't need anymore? For game companies, usually not much, because the value of our assets is, in digital stuff, but you might have, I don't know, some back catalog games that you no longer really need that you can sell. You might have some other sort of solutions or expertise somewhere that you have built earlier that are worth some money that you can put together that way. That's something that we have done quite a few times in Nitro, that we have had some old back catalog games, then we have done some small licensing deals and just scraped together some funding from those. Things that you are not actively working on anymore, which don't have too much value for you, but somebody out there is willing to pay money for those. And then, of course, You can always put some more skin in the game yourself. So you can always take the hat from your head and go and have a chat with the owner of the bank if that's the direction you want to go, and or do that with somebody else who has access to loan capital. So that's one avenue as well. But then I think the last question is the most important one, and that's to make sure that no matter the size of your team, whether it's 1 person, 2 persons or more, you need to make sure that when there's X amount of people who are focusing on solving how to get back on track, how do we save the financial situation, because today we talk about money, make sure that there's at least somebody who focuses on the product at that same time. The sort of worst case scenario is that everybody starts to worry about money, which means nobody is worrying about the product. And then when you find the money, the product hasn't advanced at all, so you basically haven't bought anything with the time that you just had. So make sure that at all times, no matter how desperate it is, you have your best people focusing on the product. That, I think, is something that deserves to be underlined all the time. And then, to wrap up, if you ask me, there's always a way. So it's not about that, but it's about, do I want to move forward if things go difficult? If you want to get funding, there's always a way. You just need to figure it out how. And I encourage you to think that, okay, how do I make it my way? How do I make it in a way that I'm still going to be happy about that decision 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and so on. And then just stop with the excuses and go and get it done. Thank you.
There was a lot. Thank you.
Oh.
I appreciate it. Questions? No. Were you like first turn startup when you start this Nitro? Or was it your first game studio? Or were you already working at the game industry? I don't remember.
Yes, it was our first official games business. So we had worked with games as a hobby, but nothing that would actually be stated as a business. So our sort of working background is not in games when we started Nitro, but we came from digital marketing and stuff like that.
Oh, because it's like something that taking a personal risk is, maybe it's about my personality that I'm always like, think twice.
Yeah.
And especially when you really like, when you don't really have that much experience, although that you had like a business experience like Antti.
Yeah.
So it was not like the straight from the school and from the hobby table. So you had some business experience.
Yeah.
That's
I think when you think about the personal risk thing, I think it's worth considering that we are here in the happy place, we're here in Finland. So even if the worst case scenario happens, you make the sort of personal bankruptcy by local standards, you're still doing pretty okay compared to the rest of the world in so many ways. So even if you fail with everything, the worst case scenario doesn't look that bad. You're still going to have a house on top of your head and stuff like that.
And I have a feeling, if I remember right, that you have also utilized some public funding, like different kind of subsidies, and that's also like something to consider. What we have been talking today here, so don't forget it. Don't forget that.
We still have one active project with Business Finland. I think that's probably 5th project together with them. Then we've had 1 or 2 super small ones with ELY-keskus when we started. We've tried to get these sort of European Union-based grants a few times, and we've been part of some consortiums trying to raise those. I don't think we've ever succeeded on that front. Don't quote me on that, but I think we've never raised any of those, but we've been involved with a few of those. And that's about it, I think.
And I was quite surprised also you saying that now you don't have a stress as a stock company. Like, wow, is it true?
Sort of, yes, because that's something that people ask quite a lot about. First note, especially in Sweden side, it's, how to say it, it's super straightforward because it's full of companies, not just in games, but in other fields of business as well, who you would definitely consider startups. There's so many pre-revenue or super small companies who are still trying to figure out how to make profit and stuff listed. And the local investor scheme is used to that. Yeah. And what I mean that it's stress-free is that because it is regulated, yes, you need to do financial reporting and but that also means that as long as you tick these boxes and deliver stuff in this format, you have done your job. Nobody can ask a single thing more from you. And especially if you talk with investors or you talk with business partners, it's super easy when you don't need to go into additional labor. If you're a private company, you very often get exposed to that, hey, I need this and this calculation, I need this and this further information. Would you guys be willing to negotiate these and these terms in the shareholders agreement? If you're a public company, you can just say, no, sorry, everything is on our website, go get it from there, and we will never sign any shareholders agreement. Next question, please. So that's what I mean with stress-free. You tick the boxes and then you're done.
Okay, and is it so different in Sweden than compared to Finland? Was that kind of reason, or what was the reason?
Definitely yes, because there's a big difference between Sweden and Finland is that even though it's only sort of the double the size of Finland, but in terms of money available for investment, they have hundreds of years of history with not much wars going on that would suck away their funds. So there's tons of people who have so much more in their disposal in terms of investments. The whole culture is very different to that, whereas in Finland we're only getting started on that front. You can basically put in one Excel sheet the list of private investors with considerable wealth here in Finland, for example. So the scale of things is very different.
Okay, so don't trust in ice hockey, but maybe in stocks, Sweden.
They have more money than we do, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, I think this is it. Now we have a lunch break, and we will be back 1:30. So I hope you all get back, because there is still pretty interesting stuff, especially for those people who are now considering the founder studio, or are in the position that maybe should I not, or pondering. So okay, let's have a lunch break. There is lots of opportunities for lunch in Kamppi and there. Okay, thank you. Somebody wants money? Okay. So please, let's continue. If you haven't been here earlier, so welcome to Get Funded event. We've been talking quite a lot of like how to apply public funding, a little bit about the private funding, and then we are having more money from IGDA. So please welcome Häll.
Thank you. So quickly, my name is Häll. I'm from IGDA Finland. I'm just going to point out these guys in the corner here. Thank you for Neogames for making this happen. It is really cool to see these events taking place in this industry, and it's cool to be part of this. So, you know, a big hand to Suvi and the people here for making that possible. But yeah, I am here to talk about the IGDA Finland grant. And this is going to be a little bit different compared to the other stuff you've heard today. We've heard all kinds of stuff, like Suvi said. We have tips about how to apply for funding, how to talk to funders, and different kind of fundings from smaller, from 5 to 10K to 30 to 60K to hundreds of thousands to millions. This is something different. This is a little bit of a curveball, and how is that? We'll get to that. But before we get to that, we will talk a little bit about who this is aimed for. So first of all, are you self-publishing, looking to get visibility, to get industry feedback, and ready to release within a year from this July? If you answered yes to one, or even better, to several of these, you know what? This might be for you. Okay, that looked way better on Windows than on Mac OS, but we'll let it slide. But yeah, so if you answered yes to these, might be for you. However, to clarify, if this is not for you, so do you have a publisher? If you have a publisher, baby, you're fine. You're doing good. You're on your way to the stars. You don't really need us. If you have existing revenue of a published game, this isn't a hard no, but like if these two fit your criteria, maybe not for you. The revenue part, you know, hit us up, ask us. Like if you made 10 euros of your last game, it's obviously not a problem. If you made a 50, 100,000, that's a little bit of a different situation. Okay, so that's a little bit like who this is for. To encapsulate it specifically, this is for teams who are starting in the industry and teams coming out with their first game. So this is kind of a fast lane for those first timers to get into the industry, to get visibility, to get connections, to get their game out there. But also, you know, if you think you might fit, why not try? You're not going to lose anything if you apply. It doesn't cost you anything. And then you'll be on the list and we'll check you out and we'll see if it fits. You never know. All right. And then a little bit of the requirements, because there's always some requirements, right? And as people talked earlier about the other requirements, these are a little bit different from those. I'm going to start with a very simple one. You got to have a company. The reason why I mentioned this here, you have to have a legal entity with a business ID. And the reason why I mentioned this is because IGDA Finland stands for International Game Developers Association. So we've had a handful of people who are like single devs who approach us and be like, hey, I'm a single dev, I don't have a team, I don't have a company, can I apply? And unfortunately, the Finnish tax office and the government isn't super keen on organizations just lobbying money on individual people. So make it easy for us, make it easy for yourself. Just have a business ID, and then you're good. You have to have a vertical slice / demo. So this is not for games that are in an idea phase. This is for games that are, as mentioned earlier, roughly a year from now, ready to be released. If you don't have that, you're not going to get further. We see that you have a vertical slice or a demo. We're going to look at your pitch deck. If the pitch deck makes sense, if the words, the numbers, the ideas, everything makes sense, we're going to look at your GDD. And if you have a good GDD, you should know what a GDD is by now. It's a game design document. If that makes sense, if the numbers, if the core loops, if the mechanics, if the progression, if the business idea, if the marketing, the schedule, if all of that makes sense, we're going to be looking at your team. And a strong team doesn't mean it has to be people with 10 years of industry experience. It means that it has to make sense. So not 15 artists making a game, or just like, maybe make it a little bit more diverse. Maybe get a programmer, maybe even a producer, audio, Who knows? As long as the team makes sense, then we're good. And the final thing, half of the team has to be IGDA Finland members. So that's kind of the requirements for applying for the IGDA grant. Now we're going to get to the good part. What is the grant? What does it give you? It stands on 4 different pillars, right? We're going to look at the first pillar right now. So this is feedback and mentoring. So in this, we're going to get you proper industry feedback. What we do is that we take this sort of multidisciplinary team of people from the industry who will look at your game, play your game, see your plans about the game, look at your pitch deck. They will listen to you presenting the game. They will give you feedback about your game, but not just your game. They're going to give you feedback about how you work, how your team works, maybe even your studio. And if you play your cards right, who knows, you might nab yourself a mentor for the long run in this process. And when talking about the team of these veterans, we don't want to put you in a room with 2 programmers or like tighten up the code and send it out, or a producer who says slap a name, ship it. We want you to get a holistic kind of view of the game. So we're going to have artists, we're going to have programmers, we're going to have producers, business people, writers, etc. We're going to have, whatever you can think, audio, narrative, all of that stuff. So you're going to get feedback on how to make your game look better, how to have punchier graphics, how to optimize, how to get your team to work better, how to think about your business model. We want to make sure that you have every single tool in use when you're coming out with the game and while you're making it. So that's pillar number 1, feedback/mentoring. Number 2, access to our hubs. So those who might not know, IGDA Finland, we have 14 physical hubs across Finland, from the east to the west, from the south to the almost north, pretty north. And the idea here is that you're going to get a fast lane to all of these hubs. You can go on the stage, you can talk about your game, you can show your game, and you can, and you definitely should. You should go there, you should demo your game. That's how you get feedback. And at these meetups and these events, you'll get hobbyists, students, and industry people. So you will get a very varied level of feedback on how to make your game better. And that's the easiest way of improving your game. And then something that we're very big on. So IGDA Finland, to give you an idea, we are roughly 100 people across Finland. We have roughly 200-ish events every year across Finland, all over Finland. And at these events and these meetups that we do, we really, really appreciate sharing knowledge. This has been true to us from the very beginning, and we've been around for over 2 decades now, and we've been doing this the whole time. So that is something that we wish that you will continue. So when you come to these events and these meetups, you can tell the community about your story, how you ended up there, how your team came together, how you did this, and then of course tell us about your game. This way you share not only knowledge with the community, they can learn from your lessons, and that, rising tide raises all boats kind of mentality, but also you will get visibility, you will get networks, you will get feedback, you will get your name in the spotlight. This is pillar number 2, all across Finland. Pillar number 3, visibility. So, in the beginning, when the team is chosen, we will be shouting out your name on the rooftops, at our hubs, on our website, our socials. Think of yourself as Rose on Titanic, in the helm, screaming that you're king of the world. We will be Jack holding you up. Don't think about the second part of Titanic. That's not going to happen. Think of the good part of Titanic. That's what we're going for. So that's how we start this. Then in the meantime, this will be a little bit more on you. So you're going to be doing your own marketing, your own demoing. Hopefully you'll be using the access to all the hubs and going across Finland and talking about this and showing your game. And that's in between. And then when you're about to release the game, because that's the aim of this, right? To get the game out. When you're going to release the game, we will be once again there with you to celebrate the launch of this game. Your game, our game, your game, the game. And we will be showing it off at all the hubs. We'll be playing the trailers. We'll be people presenting it. We'll have it on our socials, our website. You will get to go there and kind of like launch the game in a very celebratory fashion. Who knows, we might even get IGDA Global to do posts on a more international scale and interviews. Can't guarantee that, but it's in the works and it's looking good. So, pillar number 3, that is visibility. And then, of course, pillar number 4, funds. So here, it's 5,000 euros. It's not quite the same as 7 million the EU is promising you. And that's why we're a little bit different. We have all of these organizations and companies that can help you get that money from 10 to 30, 60, 100K, a million. And that's really good. These are not mutually exclusive. But that's not what IGDA, we don't have quite as deep pockets as that. But what we do have is over 2 decades of connections within the game industry. We have IGDA alumni in so many companies. We have many volunteers in all sorts of companies. We've been around for long enough that people know us, they trust us, and they want to work with us. So this is primarily aimed for smaller and starting devs or teams. So that might not be all of you here listening today, but I know there in the stream, I see you. I know there's a lot of students, final year students. There might be, or there are people who are graduated and are looking what to do right now, and they have these ideas, or they've been working on games. I know at least a handful of those people are there. So this is very, very good for teams who are just starting, because this is kind of like a launch pad in the center of the industry. You will be there to, sorry, thank you. You will be there in the center, you will be seen, you'll be heard, you will get to talk with all sorts of people, you'll get mentoring, you get feedback, you get visibility. We're trying to give you the whole package. And then if you get funding from somewhere else as well, that's good. But this is more about giving you a boost in every other way to get you into the industry. Doesn't mean you can't apply if you're not a final year student or just graduated, but this is more the demographic. That said, we're keeping the door open if someone else wants to jump in and become a partner to kind of directly support even more of our industry and the community and future of it. And a big shout out to Supercell, who is our collaborator and sponsor of this big project. Cool. What is the catch? There's always a catch, right? This is pretty simple. First, you gotta have our logo on your splash screen. We rep you, you rep us. We scratch your back, you scratch our backs. All backs are scratched, everybody's happy. Then after that, when you hit X in revenue per person in the team, you'll have to, first threshold, 3 times the grant sum, you'll have to pay 50% of the grant sponsor back to IGDA Finland. Once you hit 6 times the grant sum per person in the team, you'll sponsor the remaining 50%. So the idea here is not to nab your hard-earned cash. The idea here is that we can make this, put the good forward. You've received help, and then you can push it forward to the next team, the next people, next game. And as if you look at this, the sum and the numbers, you can see that the idea is to have this once you're kind of established. So it's being planned to be pretty forgiving. Cool. And then the very end, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I'm going to go through a couple of questions that we've frequently asked questions we've run into just to cover some bases. Okay. I have a great idea for a game. Can I use the grant to get started? No, you cannot. No demo, no grant. Like I said, it's not for ideas, it's for games that are already 70, 80% there. What if our game doesn't reach the required amount of revenue? Don't worry, you're not liable to pay back anything unless you hit those thresholds, the 3 times grant sum per person or 6 times grant sum per person. You'll be fine. Does this count towards my company's de minimis? No. If you don't know what de minimis is, you're good. If you don't know, you're good. If you do know, you're still good, because it does not in any way count towards that. I know it's been mentioned in a couple of the presentations earlier, so don't worry about this one with us. If I receive another funding, can I still apply? Absolutely you can. Like I said, these are not mutually exclusive. We just hope that you will then mention it in your kind of financial planning in the GDD. Will the grant be given to only one team/dev? Yes. This is our first grant we've done. We're hoping to make this an annual thing. We'll see how it goes. It's the first iteration. We've done a lot of work in the behind the scenes to make sure that it's up to the standards, but probably some situations will be a little wild. And but most of all, we want to focus on that one team. As we mentioned, we have the mentoring, we have the visibility, we have the hubs, everything. We want to take that one team. I want to focus on them. We want to put them in front of these people to get good feedback, to find mentors. We want to put them in the spotlight so they get that visibility, and we want to have them go around the hubs. And it's easier to do for the first time when we have only one team to focus on. And applications are open until the end of next month, so there's still like a month and a half left. You can send us questions at grant@igda.fi, and you can check it out with more details on igda.fi/grant. Thank you very much. Any questions? There's one over there.
Moi.
Moi.
So for volunteers of IGDA and involved in any other sector of it, are they allowed to apply, or is that a conflict of interest?
Very good question. Very good question. Yes, there's a bunch of IGDA volunteers around in the industry. They can apply. There's no conflict of interest there. If you are on the board, or if your partner is a board member, or someone of the team is a board member of IGDA Finland, then you cannot. That's a conflict of interest. Other volunteers are free to apply. Good question. Thank you. There's one more.
Hey, thanks for the talk. More technical question. What do you want to see on GDD? Is it more game design part or more business part? Like, what are you looking for?
Good question. Both.
Okay.
Yeah. So we want to see that we actually see the GDD, that you know what you're doing, that you have an idea of the game, how it works, the mechanics, progression, all of that. But then we want to see the business model and kind of like how you're scheduled and how you're spending the money. To add to that, once we give you the money, we don't really want any receipts. That's up to you what you do with that. But yeah, kind of like a plan that we know what you're doing.
Got it. Thank you.
Good question. I think that is it.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Sorry. I have actually related to these two questions. So how about, like, we have been talking, or there has been quite a lot of talk about the kind of growth companies, and most of the, or many of the funding instruments are for the growth companies. So is it enough to just have a plan of profitable business?
Ooh, this is a tough one. Yes. That's a good question. I would say yes, if it's a believable, we have people looking into it who are industry people who've been working quite a while, so we have an idea. If the plan is believable, we also know that these are starting teams, so there will be some learning by experience. So as long as we can look at the numbers and the plan and it's believable, we're good.
So solid maybe.
Very solid maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And about the decision making, IGDA Finland board is making the decisions, or
yes,
who?
The IGDA Finland board will go through the applicants and rate them and choose. If there are some cases, because we have 2 teachers on the board, if they are in any way been teaching the team or anything, they will abstain, of course, because there's a conflict of interest. But otherwise, yes, the board will be responsible for that.
So you are the one who is the
Yes.
target of
Yes,
lobbying.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
If they're yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And then we will go to the adult stuff. I mean, the paperwork and governance and so on. So we will have Ada and Henrik from Avance. And actually, when you are founding a studio or running a studio, you need to do the paperwork, and there will be good advices for that.
Joo, se on just se. Eli tätä klikkaamalla vaan. Okay, nice. I hope everyone isn't in a food coma and everyone is alert for the fun part, aka the paperwork part. Henrik and I are from Avance attorneys, and we're here to give you an overview of the types of things you need to take into consideration if you're founding or if you're building a gaming company with the financing and potential M&A, so mergers and acquisitions part, in mind. Here's a very brief overview of what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to give a brief introduction to who we are, then run through the typical stages of how a life cycle of a company might look like in terms of the funding and M&A, and then just focus on a few key building blocks that should be taken into consideration in any company and gaming companies in particular in this context. And then finally we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. So, as mentioned, my name is Ada and my colleague here is Henrik. We're both lawyers at Avance Attorneys. We both work with venture capital and M&A and also with intellectual property and technology law matters. And Avance Attorneys has been working with these things since 2011 when it was founded, and we're based here just a block away. And we have approximately 70 lawyers. And what we focus on a lot is M&A and financing transactions, in particular in the tech space. And a lot of our work has been with gaming companies, and it's always a lot of fun to work with gaming companies because there's a lot of interesting people and interesting cases. Here are listed just a few of our references. So we've seen some things. All right, and now just a brief overview of what the life cycle might look like.
Yeah, so hello everyone. My name is Henrik. I work with Ada at Avance. So this is just to give you an overview of how a gaming studio funding life cycle looks like. So from a private money perspective, it doesn't include the various grant alternatives, the soft loans that are available. But so in the beginning, after incorporation, as you know, it's usually the founders funding the let's say first early days of the company. But quite soon, it's usually necessary and actually required to get some additional funding, especially after the first recruitments. So it's quite typical that it's business angels, former entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs investing in the company who can usually bring in expertise, contacts, and not just money. And then it's usually games industry has been traditionally or has attracted a lot of venture capital money. So there, you start from, as you probably know, you start from pre-seed, seed, Series A, and there, I think that's the space that we are focusing on today and in this presentation. And then finally, there's the trade sale. This is the exit if you want to sell your company to a buyer, to an investor, or if you want to list the company. A couple of things to keep in mind. So if we think about the funding life cycle, when the angels invest in the company, it's usually the process is very light. I mean, you usually know the persons. They know you. They are actually investing in the team, and not necessarily interested in what the, let's say, documents look like. But quite soon, when more, let's say, professional investors come in, they become increasingly interested in what the company has done, not just from the development perspective, but also from a legal perspective. How its financials looks like, how are the agreements, has the IP been transferred to the company? So that's called the process of verifying all of that is called due diligence. So they do due diligence. They want to review and verify that these formalities and the paperwork have been taken care of. And at the same time, the documentation on the actual investment, which means that the paper that actually says that I'm going to invest in your company and you're going to give me shares, so which is called investment agreement. So that becomes a bit more formal. And then the shareholders agreement, which is more about if we three own a company, that how is the governance? Who's deciding? If we want to do an exit, is it you who will decide on the exit, or do we need to agree on that on a joint basis? So that kind of agreements become more and more comprehensive and complex when the company develops. And then just Ada will next go through some, let's say, items and topics to keep in mind, but two important points that are very generic. First of all, games industry is very international, so everything should be in English. I mean, if an investor wants to see an agreement, having the agreement in Finnish is not very helpful. And the second point is that document everything and file everything. So maintain a document archive and file everything so that when the time of the due diligence comes, you don't need to start scrolling your inbox, but you should have a folder where everything is or has been archived.
Yeah, that's super important and makes things easier down the line as well if everything is kept in an orderly manner. Now we're going to look at a few key building blocks that should be kept in mind from the legal point of view. So these are things that, like, if you handle them properly during the company's life cycle, like from the very beginning, that'll definitely aid you in a smooth funding process and exit as well. And vice versa, if there are deficiencies in these matters and others as well, they may present hurdles. And this is by far not a comprehensive list, but we've just picked out a few key topics that should be kept in mind. So first of all, there's the governance of the company. And what we want to see always is clear documentation on who is making decisions in the company, and also a documentation of that decision making. So all board minutes should be kept in accordance with the Companies Act, or all shareholders' minutes should be taken appropriately in accordance with the Companies Act. And everyone should also be familiar with the types of decisions that the shareholders take, the types of decisions that the board takes, and also the types of decisions that a managing director can take. And also, if your company is at a stage where you also have a shareholders agreement, then you also need to, of course, follow those requirements as well. And something that is super important at every stage is to have the proper documentation related to the capitalization of the company, so that all shares have been validly issued, they have been properly registered in the trade register, and so on and so forth. And then other things when it comes to governance, usually when you get VC funding, so venture capital funding into a company, you might start to look at things as veto rights. So the investor will get certain rights to decide on whether things are done in the company a certain way, and also a board seat. But yeah, as mentioned earlier, you should always keep minutes from the meetings of shareholders and from the board meetings and store them appropriately in an organized manner. Thank you. The next topic that we have here is relating to staff and incentivization. You, of course, need a great team to build your game. And we know that a lot of companies use both employees and consultants. And there might be like some misconceptions to what the differences between these two are, and when it is appropriate to call someone an employee and call someone a consultant instead. An important thing to keep in mind is that the Finnish Employment Contracts Act, it does not care what it says on paper. If something says consulting agreement, but a person is actually working for the company as if they were an employee, they will be deemed an employee in the eyes of the law. And that will bring obligations for the employer, so your company, in terms of like employer contributions, työnantajakulut, and so on. So that's important to keep in mind. Here again, we want to stress that all these agreements with consultants and employees, they should be made in writing and kept properly. And here are just a few key issues that should be agreed on with the employees. Sometimes we see like very brief employment contracts, like I want to have Henrik work for me, he will start on the 1st of May and he will get paid 3,500 euros a month. And that's about it. Actually, in order to have an employment contract which properly gives your company the rights it needs and protects you from potential conflict down the line, you want to include these terms in the agreement. And then, of course, when you have a brilliant team, you want to make sure they stick around. Sometimes companies want to incentivize the employees and other stakeholders with equity in the company. So issuing, for example, shares or options. And here we highly recommend bringing a lawyer on board when you start looking at these things. Of course, it should be like we can bring a lot to the table with other matters that we have discussed here today as well. But it's quite easy to make some missteps when it comes to these equity instruments. Because you need to observe the requirements that are coming from the Companies Act in the documentation, but you also need to make sure that when you are structuring, for example, an option plan, that it takes into consideration the tax implications as well, for example. And also you want to look a bit down the line as well, like what happens if that person later leaves the company, and what happens when you do an exit, so when you sell the company as well, what happens to the option holders. These things need to be thought through, and lawyers are very helpful partners in this part. All right, I know that you had a presentation earlier here today with PRH about the intellectual property rights, so I'm not going to talk to you about what those are. I'm sure you're familiar. But from the point of view of our presentation today, it's very important that you make sure that all intellectual property in your game vests in your company. Because, for example, with copyright, the main rule is that the person who creates something, that's the copyright owner of it, unless there's an agreement between us where the creator assigns it to the company. There's one exception from this, that's software in employment relationships, but other than that, it's crucial that you have contractual clauses whereby you actually get the rights that you need. Because otherwise, technically, you are infringing your employees' copyright if you are publishing a game with works that they have made and they have not assigned to you. In addition to making sure by contractual means that all these rights are assigned to the company, we also recommend that you have at least a conscious relationship and preferably also written policies related to the use of open source software components, the use of generative AI, and also some practices of how you prevent infringing third-party intellectual properties. And also in this theme, we of course are happy to see if you have protected your IPR properly. So, for example, registered it or protected it by contractual means. And very briefly, we are running out of time. A final few words regarding data protection and other regulatory compliance. I'm sure you've all heard of the GDPR. If you haven't, congratulations. But then when it's time to found your company and start processing employee data or other partner data, or not to speak of users and players of your game, you need to make sure that you comply with the legislation there. There are also a bunch of other regulatory matters that should be kept in mind. so much new regulation coming regarding, for example, AI and data, the use of data and movement of data. So it's good to keep tabs on those matters. All right, that was a very brief overview of some key topics. Henkka, do you have something to add before we open the floor for questions? All right.
No, I still have one question.
Yeah, sure.
Is there some like the most common pitfalls for the game companies that you like constantly face?
I would say from the IP point of view, it's because like your companies are your IP is your company. That is the entire value of your company. So it's so important that the IP properly vests in the company. So therefore, like the employment agreements, the consulting agreements need to have proper clauses related to that. That's like the first thing that popped into my mind.
Yeah, and I think the second point is use of open source software, especially copyleft issues can be quite messy. So that's another topic. And then I think the third item is capitalization. So who owns the shares?
Yeah.
Who owns the shares? Who has a right to shares? These equity promises, join the company, we will give you equity. Be careful with those.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That was really informative.
Yes.
Good that we have this IP talk like separately.
Yeah.
But now I know that few other topics like. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there.
All right, check. Yeah, so I was really interested in the question of stock and options. So this might relate to several other people as well. So what is the most efficient way of actually incentivizing with stock and options? Because I've come across this question with several companies that you do the wrong thing at the right time or the other, vice versa.
Yeah, there is no one answer to that. It really depends on the company. I think the most common structure used by game studios in Finland is an option-based program, because there you don't trigger, if you structure it properly, you don't trigger the taxation at the time of the grant. So when someone gets an option, that doesn't necessarily trigger taxation. And that doesn't require the person to invest in the company. So those are obviously two benefits if the company is very young and it's uncertain whether there will be an exit, for instance. But it depends very much if then later on there can be more certainty on let's say, the financial prospects of the company, then another structure may be more beneficial. But that requires quite a lot of planning. Choosing the incentivization scheme requires a lot of planning.
Did everyone got all the information? No? It was a long answer. Maybe it can be asked, or you can watch it from the stream, because I was like trying to focus all the things you said.
Like no size fits all.
Yeah.
It requires careful planning.
Yeah. But this is streamed, so you can watch it again.
Yeah.
If you don't remember the whole answer.
Hi, I want to ask that is that going to benefit if we have like a lawyer in-house, or it's like a more suitable to like a hire it from a third party? Because and then if the outsourcing is the case, then how much that does it cost for like a new team?
So not too many game studios have an in-house counsel. Let's say new game studios. I would say more mature usually have. The legal world is quite complex, so it's oftentimes that the same person is not very focused on, let's say, governance and funding stuff, which is my field of expertise, and then data protection and IP, which is Ada's expertise. So hiring one in-house counsel may not be enough. And of course, then you need to think about use of resources. You have usually a limited amount of funds in the beginning. Do you want to spend those funds to recruit an in-house counsel? Maybe, maybe not. I would say usually the companies use external service providers in the beginning. Then at some point they hire an in-house counsel who is then focused maybe on the on IP stuff, on publishing agreements, for instance.
Yeah.
But then they use lawyers for financing rounds, exits, for instance.
And it's rarely the case that any in-house team, even in like well-established firms, are able to take care of everything themselves. So they will always also rely on external counsel, such as a law firm down the line as well. But yeah.
And it's quite surprising how much, especially in mobile games, the regulation has surprisingly big part of the business. So,
yeah.
So that's like, I wouldn't have believed like 10 years ago or 5 years ago that how much the regulation plays there, and it's not easy for all the developers to handle by themselves and understand.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having us.
And the next one will be me. Yay! I would say that everything what has been said already today was part of the best practices, but maybe this is kind of my tips of the best practices, but like include everything what has been said, and this is like one kind of truth of the how to make a startup and how to raise investments. So I'm Suvi Latva from Neogames Finland. I'm a chief business advisor in Neogames, and often when I'm talking with the young entrepreneurs or those who are aiming to be an entrepreneur, they say that the biggest challenge for them, which is preventing them to make a business or build a better business, is that the lack of money is their biggest problem. Actually, I would say that in most of the cases that might not be the issue. It's more like one thing what I always emphasize, that you need to remember that you are doing commercial products for customers, not only fulfilling your own dreams. In the best case scenario, this is matching with that you are fulfilling your own dreams, but you actually have a market for those. So so there is often some kind of fundamental problems, and like if the company has a developer, if they're a graphic artist, if there is a programmer, but somebody needs to actually do the like thinking about the business also and do some market research, and that's sometimes kind of mental to change what you need to do, and it's not obvious that people always have done it. And it's hard. It's hard to get the investments, especially private investments. Fortunately, there is quite a lot of public funding, which we've been introducing today. But if you don't have experience from the game industry, if you don't have experience from the entrepreneurship, if you don't, it's extremely challenging. Even for the experienced developers, it is now challenging, but especially for the people who are coming from school. So you could maybe consider if it's possible to have at least one kind of experienced person in your part of your founder team that would have some experience from the game industry, but maybe even from the business side. So, and what I mentioned at the beginning is that you are making commercial products for customers. That's like the step one when you are building a business. But when you are raising private money, you should also think about how do you scale your business. If you are looking for from the investor, let's say 10K, you need to think have a plan how you like it, and like solid plan how you actually multiply it or actually make it 5 times, 10 times, 15 times more. And you need to like have a convincing plan for that. And that's also, it's especially in premium games, it's really hard. Maybe in the premium games, the expectation for the money giving back to the investors is a little bit lower, but especially in mobile games, it's a lot. So scalability, I would say, is like number one rule is that you are doing commercial products, but also like scalable products is really, really important. Some differences between like angels and VCs, and business angels are good for the start. Friends, family, and fools. So, but of course you need to also consider not to dilute your cap table too much. So like be wise with that money, also. But often they don't expect so much like giving back. It's like often the angels think that the money that they invest, they don't actually even expect it to be like have it back. So it's like they are surprised if they can actually get the money back. That's kind of the basic idea of business angeling. And of course the money available or given is most likely much more smaller than with the VCs. And for the early stage startups, it's a good choice because often the VC money is not even available. And there is, where do you find those? There is Fiban, which is a Finnish business angel network, but also you can think about that there has been quite a many acquisitions in Finnish game industry, and you maybe are aware at least, or you can find out which companies has been sold. And when companies being sold, it means that the founders have got some money, and in most of the cases when those people got money from the exit, they are still keen on and devoted to the game industry. So I would say like a majority of those people who have been making good exits, they are also angel investors. That's not that they are like shouting it, but it's something that you can expect them or guess that there might be some money that they are willing to invest. And for that reason, start integrating to the game industry network like now you are here, you are meeting people, but going also to the events where you can meet those people who have been making exits. So like starting to kind of making friends, and maybe then at some point you could ask business advice, and maybe that can lead to the situation where they actually want to invest your case. And then venture capitals, there are few in Finland which are quite strong, like we had Sisu here, and then Play Ventures. And those are like collected money from banks and corporations and investment funds. And they often have a portfolio that they kind of want to have a versatility in the portfolio, that there are certain, because they kind of want to minimize their risk or at least control their risk, so they invest in several different kind of type of studios. So maybe if there is exactly something that you are maybe proposing to them, it might not be that we already have this kind of thing, so we don't. But at the same time, it is also that if they have only like PC console companies or only mobile, it might be that they don't have enough knowledge to for example, other platforms. And it is it's good to have a kind of wise money, that kind of that you have a partner or VC who understands a little, because they are, as Jussi said, they are interfering in your business most likely. So it's really nice when they are interfering that they are actually supporting, and they can actually give some support to your business. So that's the reason why it's good to have that kind of VCs and investors in general, because they always have voice in your company, that they have some understanding about what you are actually doing. And VCs not normally invest to the early stage, but more like but sometimes even in pre-seed, and I think Sisu is especially doing that. And it's that they are taking the risk. So it means that you need to convince. It's not like, of course they are playing together with you, but they have an expectation to get their money like multiplied back. So you need to understand it's not just that you kind of take the money and then you run. And there are different sizes of VC funds, from 100 million to several billions. And they always aim to exit. So kind of, it's also mental thing for you that when you are deciding that you are going to be a growth company, you are going to aim to have a VC funding, and it will lead to the situation at some point you are going to sell your company. There is quite a lot of details, so I try not to exceed my time. Although I don't know who's gonna kick me out if I exceed, but I try to be in schedule. But as I mentioned, there is Sisu, and then there is a Nordic Game Fund. It's not Finnish, but anyway, it's available. And then there's Behold Fund Ventures, which is from Iceland, and then there is Supercell is doing some investments, and Play Ventures. For some reason it's not there, but. Oh, it mentioned, yeah, Play Venture is one of those. And they are really connected to the Finnish game industry, so don't be shy and just like approach them and have a discussion with them, even like it can be quite early, but like start the discussions already early. And of course you need to be considering what kind of, as Jussi mentioned, that there is two, you can choose the path where you are funding by yourself with loans and you are taking the risk, and having all the control, or then you are going to the other direction where you are having other voices in your company and also sharing the risk. So private money is obviously about that. So you need to make the decision regarding to that, and also think about what's the most suitable for your case. And as I need to emphasize again that strategic investment, there is quite a lot of pros that they can actually support you when you're building your business, and maybe helping also for the following investment rounds and exits and so on. And business angels, they can have a individual interest, like they can actually, business angels can be even like more detailed understanding, like in certain part of the things or a substance in the game industry. So check the investment portfolio to see if there is a match, and also like think about how other funding instruments can be combined to what you are planning in the future. So it's good to have a kind of plan for that, how you can from what blocks you are building your funding in your company. So they private investors, they want to get their money back. The public funding, it's more like grants, and they are not so much about that. Key requirements for a game company is that you need to do some market research. You need to be able to prove that there is a market opportunity. And even the most indies, I would say that they, in Finland at least, I would say that they are doing some kind of market research. So is there a business opportunity? Because you are doing games for your living, so it's nice that if you can actually sell your games and get some money back from there. So think how you can actually succeed in that segment you are targeting, or that market you are targeting. And of course, you need to be able to execute what when you have identified that this is the market and a spot where we are aiming, you need to be actually able to execute it, and also like technically execute it, but also like how you can make a revenue in there. And you need to have a business approach, and you need to have somebody who is actually willing to to use Excel for financial forecast. Think about like where the money actually comes and where it goes and how much does it and like what are the schedules, like when do we need to get more money and how what are the milestones and how much those cost. So the Excel is the crucial part. And I know that for some of you it might sound trivial, but believe me, that I have seen so many startups who are coming, kind of blame me that they are looking for VC funding or even business angels, but they don't still like have a convincing the business plan and scalability, about the scalability and about the incomes and outcomes, what's happening. So this is not self-evident. And the valuation is a bit of a issue at the moment. As I mentioned in earlier, I asked from Jere from Sisu that how is the valuation at the moment, because we are having globally a bit tricky times in financial sense also, so the company values are not ideal at the moment. But there are ways to try to evaluate your value and based on market data and benchmarking your investments. But as I said, that has been changing during past few years. So benchmarking should be quite at this time period, like what has happened. Like maybe 5 years back, it's quite different, the situation, and how much you are willing to actually give away from your company. That you don't kind of ruin your cap table at the beginning, because if you ruin your cap table at the beginning, it's going to be much more harder to actually get the continuing funding and investments, and also eventually the exit is much more challenging. And good demo. It's a playable demo, most likely is the thing, but also you need to understand that you are not pitching only for your game. You are pitching for the company which is producing games, and so it's not for one game, because games are products of the hit markets, or so it's not really likely that one game can at first especially the first game will succeed. So you need to be able to prove that you are able to provide several games and maybe do some pivoting if it's needed. And you need to be rational when you are making convincing plans. So you need to think about those numbers, which it's not enough that you just put them to the Excel. So now I'm gonna skip the pitch thing, because I think it's. Nobody's telling me how many minutes I have, but I think I don't have not for the edge. Anyway, so I think the time is limited. So you can check these from later, and it's also a kind of opinion. What is the definition of good pitch? It's my opinion based on my experience of being in the industry, or this kind of support thing in 20 years. So I have some kind of experience to say something, but it's always also about the opinions. And the best practices to reach out to investors is it's hard to find, but as I mentioned, the BFUN, the Business Angel Network, and also there's a lot of in the industry, those networks, there are a lot of investors, and the best case scenario, you start building your relationships already at the beginning of, even before you are actually needing that money, because it's easier, and you can also evaluate your kind of pitch and business, even business plan. And LinkedIn and Crunchbase are good to kind of identify the investors you want, but it's always better if you have someone to, for example, introducing those investors, because those investors, as all the busy and successful people, they have lots of contact requests. So it's always better if you have somebody kind of recommending or introducing you. So that's really good if you have a recommendation from someone from the industry. And of course, there are a lot of events where you can, like Slush is an excellent place to book meetings with the investors, and there is a kind of system, and that's one way when you don't have already contacts, so you can utilize that one. And current investment environment and maybe trends, like what we identify from Neogames Finland, is that developers are, because markets are really saturated and mobile is extremely saturated, and it's really hard to make a business and breakthrough in mobile, especially breaking through, so come with a new product. So many developers are kind of lowering the risk having multi-platform and strong IPs. This is the second presentation when we are talking about the IPs, because the price of user acquisition is really expensive at the moment. So strong IPs also helps that you don't maybe need to invest so much to the user acquisition, and of course it's also good when you are doing multi-platform. AI, it's quite tricky thing, and it's unknown, but that's one of the kind of buzzwords. But actually understanding what are the legal consequences and how can it be applied to your games or your business. And subscription, there is Netflix and Apple Arcade, of course, being already, but there are several new subscription-based monetization platforms or distribution channels. Games-related technologies, we have a Metaplay who is doing back-end. There are some of the game developers which are doing for the new platforms, they are actually doing also like technical tools which they can sell as a product to the, outside of the studio. And platforms like, HypeHype is a platform. And investors are more cautious because it's a challenging time. And it takes more time. Early stage money is maybe more available than for the future rounds. That's more challenging, as I have heard. And evaluations has been decreased a little bit. And nowadays you basically need to have some solid data, especially when you are looking for the second round or third round. You need to have a solid data, but sometimes even for the first round that you have a kind of proven numbers that you are able to make some profit in there. So conclusion, is actually your problem in your business that you don't have enough money? Or is that the major problem, or is it about the in general how do you or is it like a wider problem or more constructional problem of your business strategy, or do you have a business strategy? And also you need to make this that you need to identify yourself as a growth company, and that's not easy thing. It's not always self-evident. So you need to have a scalable business, and the investors want to get their money back at 3 to 10 times in next 5 to 10 years. Consolidation is really tight. It's really hard to get through. The business is getting tighter and tighter. And start building your contact networks as soon as possible in the Finnish game industry. And game industry in general, it's quite tight community, so it's good way to start, and you can get different kind of support in there. And it's not easy. So I don't know if I need to say it, but anyway, it's not gonna be easy. So there's plenty of sources where you can identify potential investors, and raising money most often take longer time than you expect. So you need to kind of think how you will survive until the round is closed. Good governance, we got that nice presentation about that, and try to make some kind of a company valuation. And we have everything in the study, but we have a flow chart in there. I know it's quite small, but you can go to our webpage, and then you can have all the. If you are patient enough, you can read the study here. But then there is the kind of fast forward. You go there and follow the arrows, and there is the money. Cha-ching! Okay. I don't know. I might have exceeded all my time schedule. Do I have time for questions? Is there any questions? No? No? No questions? Okay. Okay, so then I'm right on time. Oh, okay, 3 minutes over. But we have a 7 minutes coffee break now. So maybe you can, if you don't want to be publicly asking, you can try to ask me now, but I'm most likely a little bit absent-minded, so I'm not sure if I'm able to answer, but anyway, you can try. Okay, thank you. program continues, and next we'll have Joonas Pylvinen from Game City Kajaani.
Hello.
State is yours.
Thank you. Nice. Hello, everybody, and thanks for coming to listen to my speech. We pivoted a little bit the topic. We are going to talk about the accelerator program, but also if there's anyone working for the clusters or speaking with the politicians, we will also tell you how we managed to pull it off. Okay, let's go. How we did it, how we got the city-funded program, which is used to create an accelerator program for the game startups. Well, it kind of helps if you have a hit game that is producing up more tax money than 9 next companies on the region. Especially the wood companies and mining companies that are very, very beloved in Kainuu region. It really helps. It makes the game industry cool again for a while. Yep. So if you talk with the officials, first aim the holy animals. Like compare the turnover and explain why making games is cool and profitable for the region. Then investigate the needs of the region. Usually it's vitality, almost always it's vitality. Attracting talent, retention of the talent, especially outside of the capital area. It's really important to keep people involved in the city, not letting them sleep on the south. And for the both, the branding of the city is also very important. Be mindful, if you are working for the company, as you probably are, try to think out of the box. This is also how you get the investment for the investors. All right? Then investigate the game industry needs in the region. Usually, it's always funding, new companies, and attraction of the talent. Sometimes it's education, but in Kajaani region, that is not the case. Then, this is the most important part of setting up the city project. Cooperate with the director of development of the city. You can think this as like consultant of applying the funding, but it's imperative that you have a person inside when you pitch your project. And then create a plan and offer a solution. And what we did is okay, we have the high quality game education, let's improve it, let's build some entrepreneurship skills to it. No new companies past 10 years, make ones. We are building the incubation and accelerator programs, offering the spaces for the startups and building the funding foundation of 10 million euros. Then the important one, if you are operating outside of the capital area, the Helsinki has lots of gravity. So what you need to do is focus on your strengths, on your region. For us, we are taking the community to the next level and really creating the game developer friendly city. All right. And don't just stop there. Apply for the EU Social Fund. And if you get it through, you get lots of more resources. And be mindful where you focus the money. And that's how we get 4 years more runway to our accelerator to make it profitable. Very important for the, especially for public funding, know what you need. Like lots of time people come ask me that, hey, how can I nail this EU project? And then I asked that what you're going to do with the money. And they say that I don't know. Figure that up because that's the first step what you will need. Talk with ELY a lot. Usually they are helpful. It depends a little bit about the region, but in Kainuu region they are very helpful. Ask, spar with people who have done it before. And important, know the instrument and tailor your needs to the instrument. You cannot just apply that, hey, we need money, please give. You need to make the win-win situation out of the deal. So let's talk a little bit about the incubator and accelerator. This is the monster image that we pitched to the ELY. Let's take it to the pieces in one moment. The important part is that we have 2 years of coaching, meaning the incubator, following 2 years of accelerator program. And teams can extend it into the 3rd year that I will open up on the next slide. This is the structure, and the coaching/mentoring intensity peaks when you found up the company. On the incubator program, we coach, of course, development skills, studio incubation, is the team ready for the actual company. Then the teamwork, it's really important. You can have the best idea ever, and the production is good, but if the teamwork doesn't go, then it's no good. And then the conventions, the trips for the bigger events. When we go to accelerator phase, we focus more on the business skills, how you actually run the company, the validating your product on the market fit, and then the conventions are now trade missions to nail publishers and agent investments. And finally, if you get to the 3rd year, we help you with the VC contacts and try to nail you the VC fund. That's the point when we release you, that's when the accelerator ends and the VC company buys the foundation out of the company. Yep. So once again, what we offer is mentorship online and on-site in Kajaani, but lots of the coaches will be located in Helsinki. So if you are in Helsinki, it's not going to be a problem. Then tailored, the trade missions we chose for this year Nordic Game and Gamescom, and one of our accelerator companies, they are getting tailored trip to Malta. And yeah, of course, the funding. We estimate to get the funding pool ready 2025, and before that we will help you to nail the funding, like all the instruments we have heard about today, we will help you to nail it. And our mission is carry the company to the Series A funding. So join in. What you need to do is contact me. Please prefer the LinkedIn. I get enough email anyways. Let's discuss about your company, how it fits to our program. And is there a catch? Of course there is. We get the catch a little bit later, but we have now space for a couple of companies. So please come talk. Oh yeah, you need to register the company to Kajaani. But that's no problem because we already have one company relocated to Kajaani to our program. Yeah, that's my speech. Please come talk to me if you are interested about joining the accelerator program. Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi, Jonas. Thank you. One question is, the organization or the person that wants to participate needs to be engaging in the incubator process to be able to participate in the accelerator, or can join, let's say, right through the accelerator?
Yeah, the answer is the incubation program of ours is not needed to be in the accelerator program. It really depends on the company and the phase and the team. Is they ready and beneficial? Is it win-win for both?
Or I must say that Kajaani is one of the strongest, at least one of the strongest example of the local game ecosystem support that you have been doing for a long time, starting from the education and then like building the ecosystem, like continuing and also like getting public money for that. It's really good that you have. I'm kind of envying, because I've been doing regional game industry support in Oulu and in Tampere, and I think that Kajaani is a tremendous example of how much the local city and so on, they have been investing to the game industry. So I think it's really great.
Yeah, we are happy to help the other clusters too.
Yes. Okay. I think that was it. And then we will have another kind of incubator representative, Jonne Taivassalo. I wasn't there, but maybe you can still take this.
Yeah. All right. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I have to say I kind of represent capital area game, like what we try to do here, well, to support the that one, I guess. I can't find the cursor anymore. I lost it. It's gone. We don't have a cursor. Yeah, it's here.
Let's go.
We need one more. All right. Yes. Okay, yeah, kinda represent the local, humble game ecosystem with the next speaker. And yeah, it's funny. I'm super envious to mighty Kajaani for investing so heavily on the early game industry. So yeah, this is a little bit provocative, and don't worry, I don't rap even though I have a big pants, but I just can't do it. So you have been hearing about where to get the money earlier today, and now I'm gonna talk a little bit about maybe other problems that first-time game entrepreneurs could face, and how we do our part to support that. So, hello, I'm Jonne Taivassalo. I'm actually senior advisor of game industry for the city of Espoo, and my other title is the lab master of the Espoo Game Lab. So yeah, I've been a game entrepreneur, game designer, working Next Games Quick Save. I started one game business cooperative in Jyväskylä in the start of my career. And I've been working with regional development as a volunteer for IGDA, and also even got paid for that through the Helsinki Games Capital that I run for 1.5 years before this, what I'm doing right now. And there I'm solving one of the flat tires we had while we cycled 1,000 kilometers through Finland, through all the game hubs of Finland, starting from Helsinki, Turku, Tampere, Jyväskylä, Kuopio, Kajaani and Oulu. It was a nice trip. We had a tandem that had a bike, a tiny computer in the back seat, so we could develop a game while cycling. It was so if you want to do that, we have the bike. I'm looking for younger people to do the cycling, so contact me. That's the most important pitch I have today. Let's do the jump bike again. Who? You? Okay, let's go. So this is my hypothesis that I've had for It's awkward placement for the slides, but the hypothesis I've had for a couple of years already, that we are actually building an ecosystem depth in the Finnish game industry. Let me explain. The Finnish game industry has grown slowly and organically on top of hobbyists and enthusiasts, people who were just crazy enough to start doing games on their parents' garages and stuff like that. And that's fantastic. But these days, there's so many opportunities and also different kind of challenges. Like obviously, if you can get a job as a junior trainee in an industry, that's a really good place to be. Or you get hired to the game industry, that's a really good place to be. But I've argued you have to be stupid or crazy to start a game company today without earlier experience in the game industry and also crazy amount of contacts. And that's fine. I love stupid and crazy people who take the jump, but we could do better. We could maybe support a little bit more if you are a first-time entrepreneur looking for opportunities or learnings in the game industry. Because like having your own company, I have to say now is a really good time to start your own company. It's like if you're not looking for millions of euros of investment, now could be a good time to start your own game company, as good as ever, because finding a job can be as challenging. So why not start your own company, do your thing for a couple of years, because that can really that can speed lane you to become a senior in a game company, really interesting hire, or just pave your way to the to the employment in the game industry. If you're looking for investment, well, that's always a challenge. I don't see why it would be any more difficult right now. And part of the solution for this debt, I argue, is what we try to do in this project when we are building Espoo Game Lab and Espoo Game Hub. So let me tell about those a little bit. And even though Espoo is everywhere, we are building this for the capital area. I have to add that. So, yep, we actually have a EU funding for the next 3 years from the Helsinki-Espoo-Vantaa Innovations instrument, and from the City of Espoo is the self-funding part, and European Regional Development Fund and Uudenmaan Liitto are the entities that actually support us. And our goal is to make new game businesses in the capital region. And what I like to always add there, to make more mature game businesses in the capital region, because there's so many ways. There's so many ways to start a game company, and we can do it better. We as a whole. And the hub itself is built in the A-Grid, Otaniemi, in the startup center of Espoo. And there's going to be a place for working, events, community activities, all this stuff that we have already started working on. And one of the important aspects of the whole thing is the Espoo Game Lab. So this is a really old thing that I did in a really fast pace when I started the project, but I just love to use it because it's so ugly and it kind of explains the point. So what we're really building is the Espoo. What we actually have running already is the Espoo Game Lab. The first phase of the first Game Lab is already done, and my theory here is that, and my experience also from the Jyväskylä and other areas, that the people who make games together start to trust each other and like each other. So we actually building the ground root. Wow, what word was that? Just like anyway, building the whole hub from ground up, and around that lab that is actually a pre-incubator program that makes individuals to teams and companies that will grow around it, a game hub, a community. And that will be part of the bigger City of Espoo strategy for the creative digital hub, or like a cluster. And yeah, the first pilot is already running, and it's based on the highly successful old game lab and Jyväskylä game lab, the later one that I was running for when I lived in Jyväskylä. It's for students, career changers, unemployed game developers, and aspiring game entrepreneurs, people who want to start a company. I was in this situation when I moved to the situation, literally. When I moved to Helsinki many years ago, and I just didn't, like, all the people I wanted to start a company with were already working a good position, so I didn't have guts to actually pull them out of their secure job to actually start a company with me. I wanted to do that, but it was not an option because I don't have a team. And yeah, individuals form a virtual studio that I basically run. So we have 30 people in, and right now working on 8 games that we kill during the process. So less games, and people stay, but ideas die. And it is an opportunity to grow as a professional. So here's a beautiful chart of how it all works. I try to speed run through this. So first, we have 30 days of phase 1, where actually it's more school-like, lectures and workshops about product design, game business, like get the basics for everybody. And then in the end of the phase 1, there's a gate 1, where actually half of the game ideas, game concepts are killed by a professional jury. So not me, but the game industry professionals who rate the games. And best of the games get forward, and we form the first teams around them. And now for 2 weeks, we have been in demo phase, where actually the 8 teams formed and started developing the game, made the production pipeline, working on design documents at the moment. So for the 2 months, they actually tried to work on a proof of concept, on the core gameplay, and also work business plan and art direction further. And phase 1 was more like school-like, and now we are in a more like one-on-one mentoring phase. So when the team has a problem, we try to drag a professional from a game company to help them with that. And the final phase, marathon phase, the teams aim to deliver something. So self-publishing is the goal, but every team will have a professional in there. I'm not professional, but business-oriented people whose job is to actually think about. And in this third phase, we actually help, if the team is feeling it, we will help them to establish a company via Business Expo and everything else. So they will help get the bureaucracy and everything, help with the bureaucracy and everything. So we then take in like 10 coders, 10 artists, and then others. So designers, business people, marketing people, community people, like people whose talent is also as needed in the game companies than programming and art. So yeah, what we try to promise for all the applicants or the participants in the game lab is to obviously network to the industry and each other. Like it's really important that people in the lab are going to work a lot together and share a lot, so they will get to know each other, and they will learn how to start their own company. They will learn about teamwork, to take a charge and letting go. They learn to kill their darlings, make their mistakes, and learn from them. And learning how to work in a creative game development team. So like game companies recruiting these people should know that these people have already proven themselves in a real work environment. And students can get credits, practical work theses, that kind of stuff. Unemployed people, relevant work experience, and high quality portfolios. So education faculties, they benefit from graduates, credits, and connection to game industry and its needs. And for the industry, well, great way to invest to the ecosystem, and to the long-term growth of the industry. Opportunity to give back, find your future colleagues, keep in touch with rising talent, all that stuff. And help is wanted. We want sponsors, we want old equipment, furniture. Everything is used in the game lab. Like everything is like stuff that we got free and that is already used. And we're doing quite well, and that we need mentors, lectures, and workshops. And what I really want is the coffee mugs from game companies that don't exist anymore, because I think that is that's the vibe I'm looking for as a lab master. So please send me those mugs. I already have 2. And yeah, this is my least favorite slide. I just skip it, but I'll talk about it a little bit. So the whole Game Hub thing is something that we built to the game lab itself. We didn't know we don't have an exact plan how it's been done, but things I've heard from interviewing game companies that many companies, even with funding, have problems with basic stuff, operations like payroll, HR, accounting. Those are the accelerator stuff to get the basic things running so the entrepreneurs can actually focus on the making games and make the company run and not think about, holy shit, how are the taxes done and stuff like that. But also like company space, like office space. Okay, fine. If there's gonna be big layoffs, maybe we could like get those people in the same place, accelerator services, team matchmaking, community office spaces, all that kind of stuff that I really want to find out. So if you want to cooperate and support the local, tiny, humble game industry of capital area, please be in contact with me and also our project manager, Daniela. So we really want to make the capital game industry even greater than it's today and support the early small and mid-size game businesses, because those companies are the future, and that those companies generate the talent that the growth companies like need now and in 3 years. So I don't know, let's make the local game industry even greater together. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jonne.
Thank you.
Is there questions? I think that I have one, like it's not only for your incubator, but like how do you have a quite a structured schedule and like milestones and so on.
Yeah.
How do you make your living as a developer when you participate to your program when you are not actually you don't have a company yet and you don't definitely don't have any incomes when you don't have I mean from the development side.
Yeah, that is definitely the biggest investment we can ask from the participants. Like we can't pay, we don't have budget to pay you salary, not even a tiny one. Like we have really very limited budget. So basically people have to support themselves with unemployment benefits, with students.
You can participate if you are having unemployment.
Yes, and we are working with that, with the TE offices to actually make it more streamlined in the future.
Yeah.
We are working on that to make it like education program.
Yeah.
We're working with all the education faculties to actually award credits for participation. So it should be, and we have a couple of entrepreneurs, freelancers, people like that working in the lab, from the lab, and we ask 4 days a week, 6 hours a day for your participation. But yeah, it's all the people in the lab are very motivated because of this. They have a plan and they want to invest to their future in the game industry.
Fair enough.
But that's the something I'd like to change. So where can we get a couple of million euros to pay everybody a salary? That would be nice.
Well, I think that it wouldn't be realistic, but I think that anyway, it's really good that you can have at least unemployment benefit, because that would be educating if you couldn't. Yeah.
Yes, that wouldn't be ideal.
So okay, thank you. I'm so tired. I shouldn't want to be in the screen anymore.
Bye.
Yeah. So we have still one namesake of me, and coming from the LGIN, Helsinki incubators is. Or pre-incubator. Well, Suvi can tell better what it is, but anyway, it's
The other Suvi.
So we will replace the other Suvi at some point. Yeah. Kiviniemi.
Yes, well, obviously I will also introduce myself, but thank you for the introduction. I hopefully will remember my own name, but no promises. So, hi, I come from LGIN, so Living Game Intelligence Network, which is a part of Metropolia UAS campus incubation program. The name of the campus incubation program is Turbini. That's why I have Turbini logo here, but it's a part of Metropolia University of Applied Sciences. We are partly also funded still by the city of Helsinki. So, yeah, that's where I come from. Briefly, just a little bit about me, who I am. Suvi Kiviniemi, hi. I use they them pronouns. And I've been working, in some form in the industry for like 11 years by now. weird. But in like game startup support in different forms since 2018. So about 6 years before that, we were running our own company. No comments about the name. We were kind of stupid and it's bankrupted now. Either way, it was a really good learning experience. We did run it for several years, as you can see, and at the heyday we did pay salaries for 9 people. So didn't go that badly, I would say still. A shameless little plug about myself. Well, I am on my way to an MBA on the side of work, and I am working on a thesis on worker cooperatives for game development specifically. So if somebody has something to say about that, wants to discuss that, I'm happy to hear. If you have experiences or resources that I should know about, please tell me. Also, I am currently the European lead of the brand new IGDA Incubation SIG, which is kind of a peer support and collaboration network for incubators for games, specifically around the world. We have members from all the, all around the world already, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I do run an incubator, and I will tell you a tiny bit about it, but the core point of what I'm going to talk about is like, where is the grassroots game entrepreneurship in Finland at the moment? The data that I'm going to talk about is, I'm kind of referencing a survey I did last year that had like 95 respondents. Almost all of them from Finland, I think like 92 or something, very junior people, mostly junior people, students, recent graduates, very junior people who were interested in entrepreneurship. So basically everybody who responded the survey was in some sense, some level interested in starting their own studio. And well, also I'm of course referencing the fact that I have been working in this stuff for like 6 years. I've been on the like API of juniors to game entrepreneurs pipeline very much for the last 6 years. If you do want to hear more about or read more about the survey and its results, I have this article, the passion and pitfalls of game entrepreneurship in Finland. I don't know if we are going to share the slides, but if we are, there's a link. Okay, yes, cool. So there's a link. Cool. So yeah, what did I learn? The mindset of the basic, the juniors who are willing to set up their own studios. 6 years back, it used to be kind of unrealistic. People were like, yeah, I have an idea, I want funding. Give me funding because I have an idea. No, that's not how it goes. And there was like very unrealistic scopes and unrealistic expectations about what it is to run a company. That has somehow shifted. I'm not sure why, but it has. The juniors now are actually really realistic about like what it actually is to run a company. They don't have crazy expectations anymore. They know they will be required to grind and bootstrap all of that. They are also super intrinsically motivated. This is what they want to do, and they are willing to kind of work on it very hard. They really love the industry. They are often very like, in their own way, very community centered. They want to participate in the industry in many ways, very often. The goals they have, very rarely they are like after VC fundable projects really. They don't really go for like fame and fortunes as much as they go for like a sustainable company that could make a living for them. That's a lot more typical goal, but they are still very often, especially this came up with in the survey, that they do want to use games in ways that games haven't really been used before. They want to try new kinds of things. They want to be innovative. They want to have challenges in their life. So it's not like they want an easy living. They want challenges. They like solving stuff. And well, creative freedom. They don't necessarily want to like copy games that have already been made, but they want to do stuff that's like new and creative. Fair, but of course, the flip side of being realistic is that, yeah, they know that this is challenging. So many have self-doubt. This also came up very much in the survey, that people just, they would want to, but they can't really conjure the confidence of setting up a company, which fair. And lack of business knowledge, this also comes from the surveys. People know that they don't really know how the game industry functions, and like there's a lot to sort out, so they don't necessarily know how to figure things out. But by far the biggest reason why people aren't setting up companies is the fact that they are worried about the financial uncertainty. These are junior people, the people who answered the survey, and most of the people I work with are very junior. So they basically very, very rarely have any like savings that they could use to kind of back themselves up when they are bootstrapping. They can't even have like that self-financing slice of tempo because they don't have tens of thousands in their back pockets, for sure. And of course also because they are juniors, well, everybody at this point, but even more juniors, they can't know that they will get a job or have a job. Even if they now have it, they don't know if they'll have it in 6 months. And they know pretty well that social security systems kind of do fall apart when you have a company specifically. It's great that in Game Lab people can like participate that even if they are unemployed. That's amazing. Still, if you do set up a company, that's probably gonna cause like other challenges. It's really, really hard. It's not technically impossible to get unemployment benefits when you have a company, but it can definitely be a challenge. Even if the company is making zero money and has never made any money, it can still be a huge challenge. Well, there's startup grant, which is kind of meant for people to start their own company and like get started with that. Roughly 700 a month, but with that the problem is that it is capped at a year, and how many game companies actually become profitable in a year? Not many. So it's even that kind of falls short of what game companies need. And well, one more weird challenge is that still many of the funds do require incorporation. So you can't even apply for the AVEK DigiDemo anymore without having a company. And if you don't have a company, well, you can't apply for those things. Of course, you then also have the challenges of if you just make games. I mean, if you just make games with a team without having a company, there's the challenge of ownership then, like who owns the stuff. If you set up a company later, who owns the stuff? And like if you get some income from the game, who owns the stuff? That kind of stuff, that kind of challenges too. But yeah, none of this is easy, which gives me a very flimsy little bridge for the donkey to walk on towards the next topic that I'll briefly talk about, basically LGIN, but also the community, because I do want to give credit where credit is due. We do have community in plenty of places in this industry. We do have a very supportive culture. We have IGDA and We in Games and the designer meetup and all of these wonderful structures where people can easily find community, at least relatively easily, which is basically what LGIN, the Living Game Intelligence Network, is built on. That's kind of the core philosophy. That's what I was thinking about, like when I was designing LGIN, like we have this amazing culture. And yeah, we should tap into that, but we shouldn't only tap into it, we should also take care of building it further, right? We need to find ways to continue developing the culture, which in the case of LGIN, it's about making it really easy for people to mentor others. If somebody, a busy professional, wants to spend their time mentoring others for free, it should be made as easy as possible. So that's one of the things that I really aim to do. And also, I think that when juniors enter the industry, it's really helpful for all of us if they learn as soon as possible that in this industry you are kind of expected to help others. So when they grow up in a kind of environment of help and support, I've already seen it happen that they will grow to give the support to others too. So there's a lot of peer support going on. There's in LGIN, it's existed for like 4 years now, and there's already people who have like kind of graduated from being mentees to being mentors. Many people don't want to leave the network once they kind of don't need the team support anymore, so they stay as mentors, which is cool. So what is LGIN? Very much in a nutshell. I'm not going to dive deep. I think I'd probably run out of time anyway if I dive too deep, but LGIN is a community for mentoring and peer support. The community is open to any game team in Finland. Doesn't have to be a company, can be a company, but has to be at least partly in Finland. Then we do have a game incubator, the Helsinki version of a game incubator. That is like applications only, applications twice a year, and you have to be in the capital area to qualify for that part. I also teach a game business course twice a year. We do organize a bunch of events. Some of them are internal only, but a bunch are actually open to everybody, which you can find a link on our website, but anyway, or you can come ask me. And yeah, well, I mentioned already that we are a part of the Turbini Campus Incubation Program at Metropolia. But we are not exclusively, as if that wasn't clear yet, we are not only for Metropolia students, we are for other people too. And just so you get a picture of the scale, currently we have 37 teams in the network. On the incubation track, there's far less, I think. How many are they at the moment? I didn't count, but like more than 10 anyway. But the teams in the network range from like solo founders to like roughly 10 people, somewhat sustainable studios. So pretty big scale, different types of teams. And we have about 35 mentors from all corners of the industries, from like designers, lawyers, programmers. A bit of a lack of artists though, so if this is interesting and you're an artist, please come talk to me. Anyway, another shameless plug-in. But yeah, that's roughly what LGIN is about, and I think that's probably enough about LGIN. But here's me, again, my contact information. If anybody has anything they want to talk about, just ping me somewhere. Also, LinkedIn is probably better than email, but I'll answer emails too. Yep. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? You have really cool visuals and logo.
Thank you. We had an intern. We pay our interns. Metropolia pays interns. Okay. So we had an intern make that stuff. Thank you. Okay. She was pretty amazing.
I think it has been quite a heavy day. There has been quite a lot of information. I think that many of us feel already like quite full of information and not too much going on. So I apologize that there might not be too many questions, okay. But it's really amazing job that all the incubators you are doing. I have a question actually. I forgot it. How do you encourage young people or even like new startups in the situation where getting through in the games industry, games markets, and it's quite challenging. And you know, the world is burning, and do you have some encouraging words?
Encouraging words.
Be positive.
That's very hard. No. Well, I mean, I think that. Yeah. I mean, I do genuinely think that running a game company is super fun and cool, and you do learn a lot, and you get to kind of follow your dreams. Just do it realistically. Just don't think that just following your dreams will make a living for you. But yes, it's really cool, and you can learn so much. So much. I have no regrets. Even we went bankrupt, I have no regrets.
So there is a light in the tunnel.
Yeah.
And then we hope it's not the train.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not super encouraging.
Yeah,
but I mean,
well,
I still think it's worth it. It's just really hard to
Finn.
put into words.
We are Finns. It's hard.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to. This is almost the end of the day, but I promised, for some reason, I promised to make some kind of wrap up, and I have made some notes already, actually yesterday. But anyway, so quickly I try to make some nutshell, put things in nutshell, not make. Well, anyway, put. So about the morning started with the Business Finland, and one of the speaker, which I can't remember, was introducing innovation voucher, tempo, and R&D funding, and they were recommending that actually contact the Business Finland people first before you send your applications, and the funding is also only for the legal actual companies, so toiminimi is not enough. AVEK application time for demos and pilots are opening at May already, but the actual application period ends on September. Finnvera loan can be a good option for funding scaling up your business, but and do remember that there is also personal guarantee, so for the loans. So be careful with that. I don't know if I was allowed to say that, but anyway, always should be careful when you take loans. Responsible. PRHA, eli Patentti- ja rekisterihallitukselta, we got some really important information regarding IP, and IP was mentioned several times during the day. So we are in the creative business where IP is the core, and it's also because might know, you should know, and at least now you know that the price of user acquisition, I mean marketing and acquiring users, is really, really expensive at these days. So IP can help with that. Also, you can license IP. You can get quite a lot of nice money from there. So appreciate IP, and there was some support money, financial support for IP, applying IP. Papers or something regarding that. Media Desk, let's hope that we will get a new application period opening on fall, I guess it was the time, and there was only 15 applicants, so maybe we can do it a little bit better. Well, it's not for the you need to have a little bit understanding and experience from the game industry and proven track record, but still let's remember that there is this opportunity. Sisu, they emphasized at least one point, but actually quite many, but one point of what kind of I recognized is it's all about the team and scalability, that you have a team which is able to actually execute the plan, and then the plan needs to be that you are scaling up your business. Nitro, I think that one of the key thing. There was many, which I don't believe that running a stock company is stress-free. I think that was a lie. But anyway, it's a nice thing thought. But I think that when there was those arrows that you are in the crossroad and you need to think that are you going to the private investment, private funding, or are you going to fund your game development by yourself? By yourself, it means that you are taking all the risk, but you are having all the control, and that's also like quite hard way to do it. And then there is another way: just go and take the private money which is available there. You have heard how easy it is, but then you lose kind of the whole independence of yourself. So then you don't have you need to listen also your investors, but in the ideal case that you have you hopefully you agree about what are the decisions that you make. IGDA, yay! There is a IGDA grant. That's really nice. It's a small amount of money, but I also think that the kind of all the support that they are offering it's really valuable, and you need to start from somewhere, and so I think it's great. Avance, they were telling you about the paperwork. I know it might sound boring when you could innovate and you could make games and nice concepts and so on, but it's it's the foundation of your company. It's like if you don't make that carefully, then your kind of games factory can fall to the parts when you are continuing the business. So that's really important to take care of that. Jani, you are a wonderful example of long-term support for the game industry. And I forgot to mention about the Stumble Guys. You might be aware of Stumble Guys were selling their IP, fifth, sixth time I'm mentioning. They were selling their IP of their game, and they were getting quite a nice amount of money from that, and that's coming from Jani, that studio. So maybe there is something in the water. Ha ha. Now you can laugh. No, you don't need to. And Jonne was giving quite maybe expressing that it's not so easy to be in the game industry and starting with the startups or starting the entrepreneurship there. But Espoo also is giving the support, and I think that as we were talking, that it's a challenge when you how do you actually finance yourself when you are in the incubator? So that opportunity that you can use your unemployment benefit for that, it's quite good thing. And LGIN, I know Suvi for years, and I really admired also your kind of stubbornness and that how long time you have been focusing systematically to achieve a goal. For example, having so many mentors committed to your network and everything. So those are because of course Neogames is our role is support the game industry and ecosystem, but obviously we cannot help the individual developers really not too concretely. So it's really important that we have those local clusters and incubators to giving the actually hands-on support, and also you'll have a more maybe specific understanding and knowledge, and especially those mentors that they can actually give a lot of practical advices. So that was it. I don't know how tired you are, but it was a long day. So there is some time, and then we, close the party and kick you out. But you can have some coffee and network, 50 minutes at least. I think something like after 4, it could be time to leave at some point. Well, yeah, okay.